Good morning. Would like to call the special called meeting. Not even sure of the date this morning, forgive me. First order of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to invite everybody to join me in a moment of silence this morning, and I'd ask that you keep the Riverdale High School family in your thoughts this morning. Thank you.
I would like to read a brief statement, if it's okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Maxwell.
I'm a Riverdale graduate. I worked there, my children went there, and it is well in my zone. My heart is breaking for the victims of last night's tragic ending to Riverdale graduation. What should have been the greatest night of their young lives instead turned into everyone's worst nightmare. My thoughts and prayers go out to the young life lost and his family, and my prayers are also extended to the other young man critically injured. The Riverdale community is hurting today, and we, this board, promise to do all that we can to help in any way.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. Mr. Reed, can you come up and walk us through this process, please?
So what you have before you, the questions that were approved at the special call meeting on Monday. So those questions have been assigned to each board member. We'll be going through and asking questions today. Each board member will get opportunity to ask at least 2 questions. So depending on time, you may have more. You have more questions allocated to you than the 2. Some candidates may take longer than others, so it may be quicker. So we don't know how the time on this is going to go. But with respect to the questions, each board member will have an opportunity to ask a minimum of 2 questions. To the extent there's additional time, we'll get into start asking the 3rd questions, and some of you have a 4th question assigned to you. So the same questions will be asked to each of the candidates to be fair to all the candidates. And so the way the questions will go, we'll go through questioning today. At the end of the questions, and the way we're going to draw in order with respect, we're going to have kind of random numbers assigned to the candidates, and we have 2 envelopes with you, each with 3 numbers in them. The candidates would draw a number, which we won't know which number they draw. They will be leaving the room then. And then the chairwoman will then draw a number, 1, 2, or 3, to correspond to whichever candidate there is, and that will be the first person to interview, second person to interview, third, and so forth. So that's a completely random process as far as who goes first and who goes last, to be fair to everybody in that regard. After the interviews, the first round of interviews are completed, there will be an opportunity for discussion by the board. There will be no votes taken today, no decisions made today. But with regard to follow-up questions, in the event you have follow-up questions, that can be discussed in discussion. And at that point, the candidates can be brought back in one at a time to answer the follow-up question. To be fair to all the candidates, if we ask one candidate a follow-up question, we will ask all candidates the follow-up question, to be fair to all of them. So that will be the process we go through. At the end of the follow-up questions, there will be another opportunity for discussion for the board members. Should you want to have any discussion, again, no vote will be taken, no decision will be made today. And that will conclude today's proceeding after the second round of discussion, if we have any today. Okay. So with that, first order of business really this morning is for the candidates to draw numbers and then be escorted out to their rooms where they'll be staying for the duration of the day as candidates are interviewed.
Wonderful. So for information for those watching and participating this morning, our candidates will be on campus. They will be in a room sequestered, correctly?
Correct.
And they will come in, so they won't have access to any of this live stream.
That's right. They will not be watching the videos. They won't have the opportunity to see anyone else give their answers. So they'll be coming in fresh without having the benefit of seeing another candidate's answers.
Very good. Want to first thank you guys for being here, candidates, today. We appreciate your time. We look forward to hearing from you and learning more about you. We know that you have serious and very important jobs to do, so we know it's a sacrifice to be here, but we do appreciate you. Mr. Reed, is it acceptable now to draw numbers?
Yes.
All right.
Number you have, we no one will know except yourself what number you have. Okay.
So just for the record, our candidates today are Dr. Andrea Anthony, Dr. James Sullivan, and Dr. John Ash. Thank you, guys.
We need to give them a minute to get their locations, and then you will draw a number,
Can we take questions from members of the board if there are any?
if there are any.
Members of the board, any questions?
Yes, for clarification, are we going to go, Ms. Johnson does the first question, then I do the next one, then Mr. Estes does the next one? Or is Ms. Johnson going to ask her 2 questions, I'm going to ask my 2?
Thank you.
How do you want to do,
had the
how do
same
you want to do that, Mr.
I think everyone asks one question, and we rotate.
Okay,
But
and rotate like we are on the sheet.
the sheet is fine if you want to go by zone order or some other. Right now, we have the chairperson first, we have vice chair second,
Right.
and everyone else is alphabetical, is how we have it listed now.
That's
So-
perfect.
So if you guys are okay with that, we can proceed with that. You ask your first question, everyone gets a chance to ask their first question, then we'll come back and everyone has the round for the second question, and we'll proceed on based on how much time we have. I think we're targeting about an hour and a half, 2 hours max for the questions. So about the hour and a half mark, we need to just gauge where we are and decide whether we want to proceed with other questions from a timing standpoint or just see where we are at that point and go from there. We won't know how long the candidates take to answer these questions until we get into this. So we'll have to play that by ear to some extent, depending on how quickly they answer. And some will be quicker than others.
Members of the board, if it's all right with you, although I am chair, I am one of you, I'm one of 7, so I would like to recommend that we go in reverse order of our board number, the zone we represent. I am number 4, so that would be number 7 go first, and we'll work backwards in asking questions in that way, if the board would be agreeable to that. That makes
So
sense?
tell us again how you want to do this.
So in opposite board order, so the zone you represent, the number you are, so number 7 would go first, number 6, number 5, number 4, so that it's in a fair order. Can you be agreeable to that? Okay, we'll do it that way. So whoever's number 7, Mr. Estes, I think you're board member number 7, zone 7, you would ask the first question.
Could
Your
we
first
write this
question.
down?
Yes?
Okay. Is everyone in the room?
So 7 is Mr. Estes.
Okay,
Number 6? Okay, sorry, Sheila. Ms. Bratton. 5? Maxwell? I'm number 4.
Yeah.
3? Mr. Holden?
Mr. Holt.
2? Mr. Young? 1? Ms. Sharp?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we'll go in that order. Still ask your first question, but it's in that order that we'll ask. Okay, sorry if that was confusing.
So, Chairman, you could just take your number or ignore the first question. Let's see what number you got.
Number 3.
3?
Mm-hmm.
So can we bring candidate number, who has number 3 in?
Mr. Reed, when the candidates come in, can we walk them through our time frame so that they know we need to,
Yes.
please? Good morning, Dr.
Morning.
Whitney. You are lucky number 3, but actually number 1 this morning, so we look forward to hearing from you. Mr. Reed, would you walk Dr. Anthony through our time frame and process, please?
There are a number of questions which you guys, all candidates have received beforehand. Those are the questions that the board approved on the special call meeting on Monday. And those will be asked to you by various board members today. They're asked questions one at a time and go through a rotation. So all board members have had an opportunity to ask a minimum of 2 questions. So in the event time allows, we'll then go into 3rd questions for all the board members and possibly 4th ones if time allows. We're trying to gauge this. We have an hour-and-a-half interview, no longer than 2 hours. So we're trying to gauge where we are at an hour-and-a-half mark to see how many more questions we may be able to ask and go from there. So that's kind of the process there.
Thank you. All right, we'll get right started. First question is going to come from Mr. Estes.
Dr. Anthony, how are you doing?
Wonderful.
Good. First question, do you believe there is evidence that frequent standardized testing at the elementary level is enhancing academic growth and not just measuring it?
I want to thank the board, every one of you, for this opportunity to interview. And to answer the question, yes, I do believe that our standardized tests do help to enhance growth. But I think the number one important thing that enhances growth is our instruction. Our Tier 1 instruction in our classroom is what makes that impact. So that's very important to look at your testing data. And we have lots of different type of testing screeners and diagnostics, state tests, national tests. So it's very important to look at all those, but it's what we do with the data that counts, and that's what's important. So yes, I do agree with that statement that it does enhance growth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Anthony. Long-range planning is essential for a school system. Outline your first 3 months as a director, telling the board what you hope to accomplish and why. What are your goals for the time period, and how do you plan to achieve them? How do you plan to measure the success of these goals?
Yes, I would begin with a listening tour, talking to the different students and teachers and faculty members at the schools, gaining insight through surveys. I think that's very important to be heard, to be listened to. That also gives them the opportunity for transparency and communication, building those relationships in addition to the relationships that I've already established with our schools. I think it's very important also to look at the principal evaluations. One of the areas that I would work on is for the month of September, instead of the principal evaluations being divided out among the 3 evaluators, I want to do them all myself. That way I could provide timely feedback with opportunities for additional discussion of what supports are needed for that school. I think that's crucial. I believe it's very important that the director of schools is in all of those schools, finding out as those needs are coming up and arising, what are the hot points and what is needed and what kind of resources we can provide them with. And then, of course, they would also receive their spring evaluation. Currently, our plan is that they receive a fall and a spring evaluation with scores at the end. You know as well as I do, timely feedback is important. So I believe that this change would be received very well from our principals. I always try to, when I'm doing evaluations of schools, give immediate feedback within 24 hours so that they can see what areas that we need to work on and they can continue our discussion. So that would be one of the areas I would work on. The other area that I would like to change would be to work on our principal meetings. I believe that we should be meeting as a district. We should be talking about district issues and then breaking out into, you know, elementary, middle, and high school groups. But I think it's very important. If we're going to have the consistency when it comes to our policies and procedures, we're really going to have those conversations, those deep conversations, and clear procedures to know. And as you know, a procedure helps you to understand what the policy is so that we can be on the same page. So I think that's another area that we should be working on in our principal meetings. So that would be the way I would design that. Also, weekly, I send the director of schools an update of each of my departments and what's going on. So I think it's really important for communication between myself, if I was chosen to be the director of schools, and the board. So twice a month, what I would do, I would provide a bulletin with all the activities that are going on in all the departments. It would be a department kind of at a glance type of bulletin, and also maybe looking at a bulletin where it would be what's coming up next. So I think it's important for communication to be ongoing. You are chosen by the people, and so I need to know what the people are saying. So I think that opens up dialogue so that when you're having conversations with our, our stakeholders and our people in our community, we can have that same communication and be on the same page and be a united front. So I think that communication is important, to be clear and concise. You know, with clarity, you can definitely prevent a lot of angst and anxiety. And so that's an area also I'd like to work on, constant communication. And also not to forget about utilizing our partnerships. We have a lot of great partnerships in this district, partnerships that our schools have with other businesses and with families, people that we can utilize and tap in for, let's say, guest speakers or for additional supports that we need in our schools. So it's time to bring the parents back into the schools, and it's time for us to unite as a district. So that would be my first 3 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question, Ms. Maxwell.
Dr. Anthony, if you found or observed a department facing critical leadership deficiencies, internal conflict, and major staff shortages, what steps would you take to address the problem? Secondly, can you give a specific example of how you have handled this in the past? So I think it's very important if you're observing, and what I have done and what I would continue to do would be to listen. Listen to those who are in that department. Don't make those assumptions right up front, because you've got those experts in those departments and you need to be listening to them. And then by doing that, you need to do it individually so people will feel comfortable to give you that kind of feedback, that honest feedback without any penalty. You want to make sure that your communication is clear with them. Here are the concerns that we have. How can we address these? What solutions can you come up with? Because they're the experts. They have the knowledge, they have the skills, they have the experience. They're professionals. So that is how you would look at it first, is to talk to them. And then you can look at groups, like groups of people together. But I think first it's really important to listen to each person individually so that you can get the true picture. As a principal, you always, if you're trying to come up with a solution, you're always spending more time listening. And that way your solutions and getting input and feedback so that everything does turn out for the best of students. Because all of our goals, it doesn't matter if you're in the director's position, you're the nutrition worker, you're the custodian, you're the SRO officer, whoever it is, should be always focused on every action, student achievement and growth. So we have to be very streamlined in our process, very timely, and not let things
fester. If you see it, address it quickly. I'm not a procrastinator. I think all of you know that. If you say there's a need, it's going to be done, it's going to be handled, and it's going to be completed. So I think that's very important to make sure that you're listening instead of coming to assumptions, and then using those strengths of your workers and your people. Also, I would do a needs assessment. I think it's very easy. Many of you have heard the SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So I think it's important to look at what are the strengths. What are the non-negotiables? What would you not want to change? What you're prideful about? Why do you stay? Example of a stay interview question would be, why do you stay in your role? What are you happy about? What do you know that's going correct? Because you want to capitalize that. It's so often easy to look at those areas that need improvement, but you need to start with the strengths. And then, of course, going into the weaknesses, what other resources and support could be helpful, and then what barriers, that's your threats, what barriers come into play that may cause some hiccups along the way, and then how do we remove those barriers? Just because they're there does not mean that we cannot come up with another ideal. So you're examining levels of satisfaction on communication, clarity, and supports. You're looking for corrective action. You're looking for steps. You're looking for timelines. You're looking for people that you will say, this is what I need you to do, and this is when I need this to take place. So it should be a constant communication with your departments. There shouldn't be any kind of situation where you're not talking to your department daily, weekly. If that goes on, that's just not the correct way to work with your employees. As a principal, I talk to my teachers every day. I made the point. Be visible, be seen, be out. What I did is I took the schedule that I had and I made sure that the first and the end of the day I was at the front to greet the children and get them on the buses and get them out of the cars and those different things. But then at the same time, the meat of the day, I was in the classrooms. I was talking to the teachers. We were having those conversations. I was talking to the community. So I think it's very important to be visible and to be available. Having an open door policy, anybody knows that I'm going to react very quickly to any phone calls, emails, instantly. As soon as I see it, it will be acted on. And same way with the open door policy. Anybody can come talk to me at any time. So I'm very approachable. I do enjoy the role of HR just simply because I feel like I can listen to people's needs. I love people, and I want to help them and come up with a great solution. So I think it's important to do that, and then when you do that, and it all comes to fruition, what you've done, you've restored. You've restored that department. You've made them great again. You may make them the model for the state. You talk to other stakeholders to see what can we do. You talk to the school department chairs in those subject areas that may be struggling. You talk to anybody you can to see what can you do to make them successful. Everybody wants to work for a successful department. There's nobody that comes to work and says, oh no, this is where I want to be in a situation of turmoil or unrest. So I think it's very important that we listen to our employees, that we take action, and we come up with a timeline that we can follow through and measure our outcomes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Tell us about the most important decision you've made in your last or current position. How did you involve the people who would be affected by this decision?
Okay. Well, we all experienced COVID, and there wasn't exactly a manual to go by. So working with all of our staff, trying to come up with policies and procedures and rules to be able to identify what are the symptoms, what should we be looking for, working with the health department, working with our nurses, working with our counselors to find out what we can do to help provide additional mental support, getting additional STARS counselors. Doing those kind of things were very important, and it was definitely a challenge. And like I said, every school district faced the same thing. We even had to create procedures for essential workers so that during that time in the spring of 2020, we were able to have our employees that need to come to the school buildings. No one was on the roads, if you remember. But when we were coming to work, making sure we had a form and document so that if we got stopped, that we would be ready and prepared to be able to show that we're essential workers and we need to be able to do our jobs, because the work continues.
during COVID, and then try to look at different opportunities that we could provide. So in the HR department, we were looking for how can we identify and work with the health department hand in hand to come up with some plans on how to identify what is needed to be taking place, especially on identifying, COVID students and teachers. So we came up with all different types of policies, remote working, teleworking, lots of opportunities that we had to explore for the first time that we had never looked at before. So those are some of the things that in our department that really was important and challenging and very time sensitive, trying to keep our students safe.
Thank you. Next question. Mr. Holden.
Good morning, Dr. Emmett.
Morning.
What are your plans to reduce disparity in our schools, especially those that are in the northeast part of the county?
When I'm working with the Title I schools, I realize they have an additional budget with Title I funds, and they need it. I think about Roy Waldron, almost $1 million right there, and how that they are using it to have parent involvement nights, to have activities for the students, materials, additional staff, additional support staff. And it's a lot of work for those Title I schools, which are in the majority in the northeast section of our county. And as I would visit the schools, one of the things I would do is I would be looking for those additional needs in the northeast region, looking for input, looking for resources. Is there an option for additional pay if you work at a Title I school? Because you sometimes come up with additional items that you may see in a Title I school, just because of the transient population that comes in and out, the additional needs. A student walks in and you're trying to make sure they have their RTI needs, their SPED needs, their EL needs. All of those needs, when they come in the door, you have to meet those needs. And so you need to be able to use that money to help them with additional supports. Those hard Title I schools, they have a lot of challenges, and they do it with such grace. And they are top performing schools. Great leadership, excellent teachers, excellent support staff, and they love their schools. It's a deep-rooted love for their schools, especially for the students and their staff, and they want to be heard and recognized. And then if they have individual needs, they want them taken care of. We've been talking to Laverne High and Laverne Middle about looking for additional resources for their hard-to-fill positions. They're right on the border of Metro Nashville. What opportunities can we do to help them to be successful? And so also having an additional contract for ESS for additional sub opportunities in that north area. I think that's going to come to fruition and help us a lot because these schools really do have unique needs. So our partnerships, we have to strengthen our partnerships, make sure that we have our parents helping us in those areas. Again, like I said, we've got to tap back in, bring those parents in to help us with additional support, community. Atlas, it's one of the areas that I'm very passionate about and supervise with Ms. Johnson, and we just opened a family resource center. So if you haven't been there, you've got to check it out. It's a great opportunity for people in the community to get additional support that live in that northeast area. And it's at the Girls and Boys Club over in Smyrna. There's opportunities for school supplies. There's opportunities for after-school care for our parents that are in that area, opportunities to work with parents on resumes and helping them to get jobs. I mean, there's just a lot of great, wonderful things that are going on, and I know Ms. Johnson has shared those with you, so I don't want to steal her thunder, but we have to look at all the resources we have. There's a lot of untapped resources, and I really believe that to bring that equity, we have to look into those and have those difficult and hard conversations and bring people to the table, bring those voices to help us. We need additional people to help us solve those inequity or disparity issues. Also taking pride in their building. If you talk to the employees in the northeast area, they'll additionally tell you they take such pride in their building, trying to keep it clean, trying to keep it painted, trying to keep the restrooms up to date. I mean, just all of those things that they face daily, and that needs to be a priority. And so, that's where we work with our commissioners. We need additional space for them. We need updated bathrooms. We have a lot of needs, and there's people out there that can help us. And there's people that we just have not tapped into yet that I see lots of exciting opportunities. And so I think there's a great partnership endeavor that could help us with our disparity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Young.
Good morning, Dr. Anthony.
Morning.
Thanks to Mr. Trey Lee, we established a list here a few years ago dealing with our maintenance program. And unfortunately, that number has become $200 million deferred maintenance issue. How would you go about resolving that issue?
Yes, that is quite a large amount. My kudos to Mr. Lee and his staff for reviewing all of our needs and looking at those and analyzing them and laboring over those as things come up to need to be repaired and replaced. However, I think the solutions and the opportunities are out there that we can request additional help from our commissioners. We probably need about $20 million, from my calculations, every other year. We haven't utilized our energy study that we did with CMTA. With the LED lighting, we've got some opportunities with geothermal. Everything since all of our schools have been fitted with geothermal since Stewart's Creek, so in the last 10 years. And then there's the opportunities for additional funding that in savings we can retrofit some of the older schools if they have some land available, such as Sort Elementary, where we could retrofit that school for maybe $4 or $5 million to be able to pull in those costs. So there's lots of opportunities that are still out there that we can tap into, because right now when it comes to our HVAC systems and our roof, when we are looking at Fund 177, we know that there's just not enough money to cover all the needs that we have. And so we have to be asking for it. We've kicked that can down the road a little bit too long, as Mr. Odom would say, and it's time to ask for it. And, if selected, I think that's one of the director's jobs, to go to the commissioners to fight for what we need, to get support from our community, to show them openly, here is what I'm talking about. See this roof, see how this air conditioning is working. Look at all the different data that we have collected where we need help. We're behind the 8 ball on a lot of the repairs, so a lot of times things have to get moved, and they do a good job on their list trying to list what they predict, but we know, just like with owning a home, the air conditioning could go out, and that's additional cost. We know those things can happen, and things have to shift on priorities, but I think it's very important to look at other untapped resources. And then we need to also look at trying to help the legislation to help change those impact fees. Some districts are able to have a check written to not only the county, but also to schools to fund new construction, to fund repairs, those kind of things. We need to look for those options, but we're going to have to make partnerships and continue those partnerships that we already have and let them know, hey, this is urgent. This is urgent. I need help. So I would definitely be the PR person behind that to make sure that that's at the forefront at all discussions with them, because without them, we can't move forward. The money is not there. So I think we have some opportunities, for instance, the LED lighting situation. When they came back with that study, they said there's potential for $50 million in savings. $50 million, and we're only getting $8 million budget. Well, that's going to help, and the cost that we would have to put in would be $17 million. Well, that's $33,000 right there that we can add over time. You can look at the programs and see for the energy savings to slow going into over years. You can do it, all very quickly, but we need that additional $30 million so to help us with our capital projects. So I think there's some opportunities for that, as well as just grants that are out there that can help us. So we're growing, and it's a great opportunity, and I'm excited about it being raised here in Murfreesboro, watching us grow and watching us to be able to build those partnerships and build those relationships. We have some avenues that are untapped.
Thank you.
Next question, Ms. Sharp.
Good morning, Dr. Anthony.
Morning.
What are your plans for students that cause continual classroom disruption?
I really feel that the most important thing to prevent that and to stop that cycle is to get help in our early elementary grades. You know, that's oftentimes where we see those behaviors. If you talk to our behavior specialists, they'll tell you those behaviors, they're able to be handled, and retraining occurs as they get older. So our resources and our support needs to be early on. I think that it's really important that our plan should be to balance the needs of our students in our general education classes with the needs and supports that those students that are acting out have. You know, it's very important to provide them with those services. It's also important to not forget about training. Training not only for the special education teachers, training not only for the special ed EAs, but those general ed teachers who desperately want to see all of their students to succeed. They need that training. It needs to be timely, and it can't be a one-time. It can't be a one and done, now you've been trained. It has to be ongoing. It has to be timely. There has to be follow-up. There has to be check-ins. There has to be support. You know, if we can look at providing that additional training and addressing those behaviors and having that partnership with the parents and letting them know the struggles that we're going through, and looking at, you know, behavior intervention programs, expanding that to all of our schools. Currently, we have those at key elementary and middle schools. I think that it's very important that all of our schools are equipped with that opportunity, because the needs of our students are great. You know, you could have an occurrence with a student that may take an hour, it may take 3 hours. So there's a lot of time, and so I think that we can be more proactive on the front end and provide those supports, and so provide them early where we're seeing these behaviors initiate.
Thank you. All right, next question, Mr. Estes.
Thank you. What is your vision for the future of RCS CTE program?
You know, CTE is dear to my heart. When I was in the instruction department, Mr. Zagos said, "Hey, you've got a background in CTE. Will you take over supervising CTE?" And I said, gladly, yes. My background, when I was principal, I was at a school that had the highest CTE programs in the county. And then when the CTE director left at the end of the year and retired, I helped them while they were filling that position to take that role in addition to being a principal. So I got to see, it was kind of a glimpse into district leadership even at that time, and working with the different programs. So, you know, we offer so many great programs in our district, second to none. And the funding, you know, that we get from our Perkins 5 money, it's just so important to look at career and technical, because we're preparing our students for the workforce, and whether they go to college, whether they go to a technical school, whether they get additional training at one of our TCATs, the possibilities are endless. So we need to train all of our students. You know, we've got those new positions that have come into play for CTE, where that our career coaches can talk to our students about all their future ideals and what would they be doing past the high school level. So I think that's important to look at those opportunities, because we need to make sure that our students are getting equitable access to these opportunities. Some of the schools, during that time that we were able to visit, they had different CTE centers where that the students would take their courses at their zone school, and then they would have the opportunities, let's say at a agriculture CTE center where that they were able to use solar panels to pay for the building. I mean, there's lots of untapped resources for paying for buildings and different strategies and partnerships. And so, you know, if we were to look at that, you know, and the growth, we have 180 teachers in middle and high school CTE programs, over 1,300 kids taking at least one CTE course. Okay, that shows you the need. And then if right now, you know, as we're moving towards that journey of looking for additional space that we all look for, we can look at how do we help our students to have access to those different programs at the schools, because we know the programs of mechatronics and aviation are very expensive. And so to replicate those, we know that that takes a lot of money. Partnerships can help with that. But additionally, how can we do that? You know, what kind of schedule can we come together as a district to be able to make sure our students have that access? Could we look at a different time schedule for those teachers to be able to teach before school or after school opportunities? You know, Metro Nashville has an opportunity if you pick up an additional class. They have an extended contract where that you can get $5,000 a semester for picking up those classes additionally. We have teachers in those areas that are so passionate and want to make sure that our students are getting the education. We could have some flexibility to do that. I think it's important to expand that and not forget an area that is going to be the focus in the next 3 to 5 years, career information and fairs for our elementary students. Planning ahead. You know, we do a lot of work in the middle schools, but we can expand that to our elementary schools and try to go ahead and have those conversations with them so that they'll be thinking as they're going through school about those plans, because there's a lot of money, like I said, that is out there. We know that the governor is putting additional monies out there right now if everything gets passed, where we'll possibly get maybe $1 million or so for each of the high schools to improve and add to our CTE programs. But that money is not enough. You know, we need our business partnerships, you know, continue to working with Rutherford Works and the Chamber of Commerce, and our parents and our business councils that meet monthly. That's our key, and they're great resources to help us also with getting our teachers. So I think the future is bright. We need to help our students to be able to work on those soft skills, those face-to-face communication. You know, sometimes it's easy for students to delve in on their devices. So, but we need to make sure that they're able to communicate and articulate with their employees. Because they're going to be having a lot of face-to-face opportunities. So I'm excited about all the wonderful works that our career coaches are going to be working this coming up year, expanding that program, pending the budget being approved, and I think our future is really bright.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Bratton.
What are your plans for improving morale amongst teachers, staff, and administrators? How do you foresee rewarding employees at every level for their dedication and loyalty to the Rutherford County school system? What benefits would you suggest for our long-term employees?
Passion of mine, definitely. You know, I have the heart of a teacher as well, and when I talk to our teachers and our staff, I really feel the desire to be heard. Sometimes it's not just the money. It's an important factor. I'll say that probably in the top 5, but it's being heard, it's being seen, it's being valued, it's being recognized, it's being celebrated, and those are things that we can do more of. There's opportunities to do that, and there's opportunities through our partnerships to help us to do different things like that. But, you know, again, surveys and listening tours and listening to what they're wanting, you know, giving them that time to be able to plan, removing anything extra on their plates, not keep adding. You know, as a teacher, I always remember, okay, if I'm going to take this on, then I got to remember what comes off. And I was very conscious of that as a principal. We're going to be bringing this in because this item is state mandated, but what could I take off so that I value their time, that I'm showing respect? These are professionals, and they deserve to be treated and respected. And they are such a wonderful resource of experiences, both in the classroom as you know, parents and community members, out in the business world. We have several of our teachers that have worked in the business world and can bring us extra information to help us. And then we can't forget about mentoring. Mentoring is big and it's key. You know, we have a lot of great mentoring programs at our schools, and I think we can expand upon that and replicate that and look at the strengths of our employees. Looking at those strengths will help us. We talk about that all the time in our aspiring administrators and our Future Principals Academy. Look at the strengths of our employees and how can we use those employees to help others. So I think we can even expand upon our mentoring program. One person may be able to mentor on one item, another one may be helpful in another area. So using our employees to help us in mentoring and professional development, I think that's important. And then not forgetting just the everyday life, the self-care need, the need for our EAP services, support, additional counseling, and that can go through partnerships to help us in that area. So we need to talk about salary as well, competitive salary, referral bonuses. Everybody knows that when you're in education, you say, hey, you need to think about this. Have you thought about going into education? Or my friend has somebody that would love to do that. Tell me more about how I can do this. When I go to MTSU, I think they're kind of shocked what I do. When I'm talking to those resident students, I give them my cell number. If you need any assistance as you're going through school and you're looking for a job, Rutherford County is your place. We will help you. We want you. We want to invest in you. We want you in our schools. We want to make sure that you have great residency programs. We want you to be able to student teach in our schools and get that additional $1,000 signing bonuses, thank you. And so we want them to have those opportunities. When we're at career fairs, it's amazing. We were at one just 2 weeks ago at MTSU, and Amanda, who's in my department, she and I went, and having enough arms to be able to shake hands, tell them, congratulations, you're at our school. We have those student teachers. They have those relationships. Those principals are checking in on them and appreciating them. Those mentoring teachers are providing them with excellent opportunities. They're giving them opportunities to see how to be scored on our rubric. They're giving them opportunities to get feedback. And with our partnership with MTSU, there's a lot of opportunities for growth in that area, and we've been having data meetings and sharing our data to see what areas could we expand upon. So I think there's lots of additional areas that we can work on. I've been thinking about additional funding for Title I schools, looking for additional stipends for our arts and for our academic clubs and after-school activities. We have our stipends for our sports. It's time to look additionally at all those great supports and that involvement, because when our students are involved, they achieve. High expectations equals high performance. And so that's always what's been instilled in me from all my teachers, from Buchanan to Riverdale to MTSU. If you set those expectations high and you provide those supports, all students will learn, and I believe that with all my heart. Also, we need to think about our EAs. They desire additional professional development. So why not? Why not give them that professional development to provide them opportunities to help our teachers be supported on top of the students? What about doing a different salary for those EAs once they have that professional development and have mastered that training and they're able to bring that technical information? We know how it is. Our subs become our EAs become our teachers. Just started the Future Teachers Academy, and what a great success that it is becoming to be. A lot of our EAs are taking the praxis test, passing it, calling me at night saying, I passed my test. Where's my job? So let me get you signed up. Here we go. So I think the excitement is there. They want more. They have great ideals, and I think it's a time to tap into that and expand that. We train our future APs. We train our future principals. Let's train those EAs, and this Future Teacher Academy can be expanded. I think the sky's the limit, and I love professional development and training, so I think that we can work together and use additional ideals and come up with great options.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Maxwell.
Special education is constantly changing and growing in its population in Rutherford County schools. How do you plan on working with parents and students exponentially in our system to make sure all of our children's needs are met? Also, what is your vision for special education in Rutherford County schools?
You know, there always is a process for identifying our special needs students, but that doesn't prohibit us from putting in plans and safeguards and additional supports while that data and those informational teams are meeting to make a decision where to place them. But we have to empower our teachers, provide that professional development, provide that knowledge so they can understand that and still, instead of feeling like, oh, I'd like to do this, but I need to know more information. So I think, again, it's all about training, and that in the meantime, those strategies could help support our teachers and our students. So I think that's crucial. You know, we currently have 13 different possibilities for them to be acknowledged as a student receiving special ed services. And so there are a lot of different factors that we have to look at, and it does take time, and it is a timely process. But time is now. So what can we do now as they're going through that process to give them those supports? So I think, you know, looking at professional development, you know, examining eligibility, do they you know, meet those eligibility requirements? And then using the Insights program, which we use, to help us talk about what are the different outcomes and what are the different supports that we can provide. But I think the training has to expand beyond those who are administering those tests. So I think that's an additional area of training need that we can look at. You know, timely training, again, clear and concise information, supports. You know, there's lots of supports in the schools with, you know, especially ed department chairs who are experts in those fields that can provide additional trainings. And so my vision is to provide timely training, to expand that training, and to provide equitable and accessible access to our Tier 1 instruction.
Thank you. How will you work to create consistency across the system to ensure stability, structure, and accountability? Meaning, how will you ensure policies and procedures will be applied and practiced consistently throughout the county system?
Again, I think that the key place for that is with revamping our principal PLCs. I see that as an untapped resource for continuity, making sure that we are, in fact, a school district and acting as a school district as a whole. So there's lots of opportunities to review those. You know, I think it's very important for us to review those policies, to have those ongoing meetings, to get that input so that our policies do meet our needs, and those procedures so that they're clear, so because those are what helps us, guide us to implement those policies. So I think having clear procedures and having them located in a central location so everybody can have access to them, I think that's crucial. So more frequent policy committee meetings, more input being sought on the committee information, and then I go back to the notion always that whatever is measured is definitely valued. So if you are valuing it and you're going to be measuring it, so to be able to see the outcome, you would be looking for consistency. You know. Knowledge base. So there's a lot of professional development that I think our principals who can empower their teachers and their staff, but there's additional training opportunities to make sure our policies and procedures are consistent across the district.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Holden.
Yes, Ms. Anthony.
Yes.
Dr. Anthony, in your administration, what avenues are open for you to listen to the concerns of employees, students, parents, and community? How would you plan to have time available for all involved?
As I spoke earlier, I really believe in constant communication that's clear, concise, and that does help with anxiety and stress. And I think it's important that we have continue with our town hall talks, our roundtable discussions to gain input. We need to know what the issues are so that we can make those changes. Surveying parents, we can use our school messenger additionally to help us do that, and we do a great job with that. But I think there's more opportunities for input, more opportunities for feedback, for opportunities to listen, and for people to be heard and feel like their input is taken and valued. So I think there's lots of ways that we can be more visible and allow other people to give additional information maybe that we've not seen before and tap into additional partnerships and associations. Our best resource is our people, and so we need to hear what they have to say and to listen to what they have to say and then take action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Young.
What are your plans to address learning loss across the district?
Kim? With our ESSER funds, that's for a limited time. We do have our learning loss supervisor, and Ms. Davis really does an excellent job, and so I would want to continue with that, working with our summer bridge programs and our camps, as well as our after-school tutoring and credit recovery. When I talk to the teachers and administrators, the teachers absolutely love those summer opportunities and those tutoring opportunities. So it's a win-win for our students and our teachers. Analyzing that data, pre and post-test information that they can get, and then looking at expanding that, partnerships with our local MTSU, and Columbia State, and different universities that can help us with tutorings and volunteers and resources, and our parents can help us in those areas too. We have many of our parents that have a background in education and literacy, so I think there's a lot of opportunities to look at expanding that, but I feel like we're on the right track with our learning loss supervisor position, and hope that we're able to sustain those best practices once the ESSER money does end. So I think it's a benefit and it's a progressive step forward, especially those summer camps and summer opportunities. It's for a short time, but it prevents a lot of I guess you would call it the slide of the summer on learning. So it's opportunity in a different type of setting for additional information and instruction to be provided. So I think it's really great, and zeroing in on what specific does that individual student needs. And that's what we need to do all the time anyway, so it's a really great best practice.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Sher.
Okay, what are your plans to work with the Sheriff's Office to get better coverage with our SROs? Thank you, gentlemen in the room.
Yes, thank you. I remember that we started this in '93 when I started teaching. And so we love our SRO officers. They would come into our classrooms and provide timely information about community resources. And then we know that in this time and age, since COVID, we really do need that opportunity. Again, relationships. Our students look for them for guidance. Our students always need that one champion on their side, whether it's the teacher, the EA, the cafeteria worker, the secretary, the SRO officer, whoever it may be. And sometimes it is the SRO officer, someone that they can talk to and be able to share their needs and provides us safety and security. Without safety and security, it's hard to focus. And what we want our students to do is have all the barriers removed, and our employees, so that when they're doing their best job and they're doing their work, that our students can grow and achieve. So I think that's very important. So as director of schools, if selected, I would continue to meet and share information about our MOU and the progress of that. Captain Brad Harris has been so very helpful in us looking at additional ways to improve our partnership, but they have the same issue that everybody does. With the Great Resignation, that I think that's the title they decided to dub the people that are leaving the industry, they have challenges too in the Sheriff's Department, and they have to balance the ability to help us with SRO officers, since they pay for those SRO officer positions. They have to balance that public safety need along with the need of our schools. So I think there's some untapped resources that could be used. When I'm in trainings across the state and in the nation, for instance, Portland, Oregon has a school system similar to our size. And you've seen it in the news for at least the last 3 years. Similar size school district, 49,000 kids, looking for additional ways of support. They have 9 SRO officers for their whole district. Can you imagine only having 9? We need that support. We need that extra mentorship. We need those extra resources that can be provided. So I think that is definitely crucial. We could look at, in the past, when they started in '93, if my memory serves me right, the Sheriff's Office paid 51% of their salary, and we paid 49% of the salary. Now it's 100% under the Sheriff's Department, but what about us bringing that back in to expand? We know we won't be able to help them recruit for the Sheriff's Department, although I love recruitment. So what we could do is look at security officers, just like Portland did. And so it's not only at that state, they do it across the nation, mostly in the Midwest, to provide additional services. So in addition to our SRO officers, why don't we look at our retired SRO officers? Why not look at those untapped resources? We look at our retired teachers, don't we? Can you come fill in for us? We need an interim. Can you work half a contract? So let's use that untapped resource. They're probably just like our other employees. When they retire, they're looking to see how to supplement that income. And the love that they have for our students, what an opportunity we could do. So I think that we could bring them in, make sure that they meet our training and our background information on that, and then strategically place them to help our schools. So I think there's some opportunities that we could use with retired officers. We could use additional security trainings if there's someone that met the criteria that we would have. So I think it's additional support. It's not replacing, but I think it's additional support while they are trying to be able to fill those SRO positions, because that takes training, that takes time. Just like in life, people come and go, and so when they do, we're going to have open needs in that area as well. So I think there's some different avenues that we could look at to expand that and continue our partnership with the goal of having SROs in every school, with the opportunity of having an SRO be able to sub if someone was out. But we know that resources are crucial, and we want our schools to be secure and safe.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Estes.
How would you have, excuse me, how would you utilize the expertise of your staff? I'm sorry, wrong question.
Fine.
I'm at the top and I'll be at the bottom. Describe a significant change you initiated in your district or school, and tell us what evidence you have to show it is a positive change. How did you build support for that change, even in the face of opposition?
Well, I've been fortunate not to have as much opposition, but maybe it's skepticism. Let's go with that. When we were trying to expand our opportunities for employees, we were looking at the needs that we have in our district. Always start with the needs assessment. We know that as we grow, we're going to need more schools, and that means more principals, more assistant principals, more leaders. So we were looking at expanding that. What could we do to provide more leadership? opportunities for our teachers who want to look into that area. It's just like student teaching. You know, you go into student teaching and some people realize that's what I want to do, that's what I thought that's what I wanted to do, that kind of opportunity. So we want to provide an Aspiring Administrators Academy to make sure that we train our employees on our values, our mission, our vision, and let them know what is needed for instructional success and managerial success. It takes both. You know, as well as I do, our schools, our administrators are very busy every day. So it's very important to provide that support for that principal, and those assistant principals are key players in our schools. And so we revamped what we had in place. We visited other school districts to see what they were utilizing and crafted what became recognized from the National HR Association, a national program of recognition. You may remember in 2019-20, we won the National Award for Innovation with our program. I've had the opportunity to share and receive great opportunities that other schools, as they're starting, and to help them with their plans. But Aspiring Administrators really has been near and dear to my heart. You know, I love when we get the opportunity to talk to our teachers, and then you see the smiles on their faces as they're excited about those next stages of their career. We're growing them, we're keeping them with us, you know, as they want to go up the career ladder, and then opportunities to see and be mentored and hear the speakers. And the speakers are from the schools themselves that are in that field, from those assistant principals, from those principals, from the central office people that help to support them. So I think it's very crucial to continue those programs and make sure that we do provide them opportunities of success. We have a contract that we do with our future assistant principals through the Aspiring Administrators Academy. And each semester we do a survey with the principals to ask them, how are they doing? What's their success rate? What are you finding to be the challenges? Giving us feedback. And then we survey those who are in the academy. What could we do differently? What would you like to hear more of, less of? We know your time is important, trying to make sure the opportunity is there for them to have this academy and have it often. So we offer it, try to either offer it each semester or every other semester. I can say that 96% of our APs that went into those roles are still in those roles and successful and moving up to principal jobs now. We just started last fall our first Future Principals Academy. When you grow your assistant principals, you want them to move into that role. That's the next step. You want them to take that next step of growth, but they need those supports. And so we utilized our candidate assessment to help us look at and see what additional professional development those employees needed. So with our Aspiring Administrators and our Future Teachers Academy and our Future Principals Academy, we may have not had opposition, but skepticism. Can we get enough people in time to grow and to be moving to those positions? And yes, we're able to do that. So I think it's exciting, and it's definitely significant because those are relationships, additional relationships that we have with those employees. If they have a situation, they're at a school, they're in as a new AP, they'll call up and say, what would you do about this? Or I think I'm going to try this, or have you ever seen this before? Or what would you do? So I think it's needed. I think there's lots of opportunities, like I said, for additional training. We've got a great start with our Future Teachers Academy for our EAs, but I think there's lots of additional opportunities. And then, again, the enemy is time. The time being able to have our employees do additional things on top of what they already are. But their passion is there. They're seeking those new degrees, and I'm so proud to see them be successful and be in those roles, encouraging them all the way. But I think it's a significant change because we're growing our own. And we know in this time, especially after COVID, that's going to be crucial. To keep them, we're going to have to grow them and come up with additional areas to strengthen.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Bratton.
How would you work with your board to be effective, make good decisions, and be respected by the community?
Again, I think it goes back to communication and clarity and transparency. My vision already to be someone that wants to hear what the needs are, because you're getting that information, you're the elected officials, you're getting that information, and for us to have a two-way conversation. Any item that concerns you concerns me, because it concerns the school district. And if we're going to put our students first and make sure that they're getting that opportunity for growth and achievement, we have to address those items. We can't be weary in well-doing, as my mother says. We have to make sure that we provide that foundation of communication, respectful communication, ongoing communication. We can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, every action we take has to be for our students and what is best for them. And if we look at it that way, the same lens, we're on the same page, even if we have different ways about it, different ideals of approaching that. So a foundation of trust is important. And then getting to know everyone. I think it's important even beyond, our meetings and those kind of things, just knowing each other's voice and what we're passionate about, and communicating and seeking that feedback and making those hard decisions. We're not going to always make everybody happy, and that's the hardest thing in a job, not being able to give somebody what they want, because your heart cries for them. They want a resolution, and sometimes that resolution may not be exactly as they would wish, but those hard decisions are important, and we have to make those, and you all do that every day, so I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but I just would love the opportunity, if selected, to continue ongoing relationships with each of you.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Maxwell.
Teachers are our most valuable players each day. Sadly, with COVID and other factors, we have seen an all-time high of stress, burnout, and teachers leaving the profession. Describe for this board how you would work with our administrators and teachers to reverse this trend and retain our teachers.
Yes, we talked about the national issue, the Great Resignation that was dubbed back in 2021. Looking at all of our data that we share, we share it with the assistant superintendents and the director of school. They have access to our exit surveys, and we post different interviews that we do on our state interviews on our website. It's really important to make sure that we lead, and as leaders that we are working to boost morale, that we're working for dedicated mentors to help our employees. We're looking at salaries. We're producing that extra time for planning. When you're looking at the exit surveys, for instance, you look at the years of 0 through 2, and you see that is the greatest area of need. So we need additional mentors for those employees to talk to them additionally about what supports can you have. You think about it, sometimes when you're brand new, you're so excited about that job. You go into that job, and you get the hardest role. You may get the hardest classes. And I think as a principal, I always call it sharing the opportunities. You want to make sure that that person is set up for success. You want to make sure that they have someone to work with on those areas and on those classes, and someone that is teaching it right along with them. Maybe if it's math, ex-math teacher, you have everybody teach a class of Algebra 1, just so that they're on the same page and they understand the pressures of that content, and then also to be able to help them to have those vertical conversations when they're meeting in their PLCs of what do those students need to move to that next level, and then if it's at high school, what is the grade level right below? If it's 9th grade, what does the middle school say? There's a lot of opportunities that have been untapped for vertical teaming. As you all work very hard to make sure that we are trying to have a structure where, they follow from elementary to middle to high. Time again is an element, but the opportunities are there to vertical team and work together to make sure that there are no gaps, and then all our teachers feel supported. So I think To prevent that, you really have to make sure that they have that voice and they have to feel respected. Fatigue is real. When you, on the survey questions, you've seen those that we send out, and then we'll give you the final one at the end of this month update. I think we did an update in March. But fatigue is the number one factor that our employees identify of why teachers may be out on Mondays and Fridays. Fatigue. So they're tired, just like everyone's tired. The teachers do lots and lots of hard work every day, not only with instruction, but just helping the students as a whole. And so I think to provide that whole growth for that child, we have to help make sure that we're looking at self-care for those teachers. Because sometimes they'll take that opportunity for self-care. They realize the importance of that work-life balance is what they call it. And sometimes they don't. And so what kind of services can we provide them? I think that's very important. Improving communication, timely professional development, PD trainings, planning time, more time for them for early dismissal to have time together. That's what they want. They want more time. They want more time to plan because they want to see those students achieve. They want to see them grow. So I think we have to really work at removing any kind of barriers in their way, recognizing them, and making sure they're heard and respected.
Thank you. Next question. How would you utilize the expertise of your staff to create an atmosphere in the schools that will lead to educational excellence?
I have a lifelong passion for learning. You can see that from my resume. I don't have to go through that. I love school, always have. Was the child that had at the graduation at Riverdale when I graduated and several years ago. I had perfect attendance all 12 years, perfect attendance through college. I love school. I can remember those days where if I didn't feel good, I just sucked it up and went on anyway because I didn't want to miss. My teachers were so exciting and so innovative, and I couldn't stand to miss anything they were going to do. It was from bell to bell, how they set the class, what we were going to do, what we were going to do to follow up, how it was ending. How could I miss something that exciting? So I think for excellence in education, we have to remind what does it constitute and what does excellence look like? There's a lot of professional development that our staff can provide, and we have experts in our field, and I think it's important to make sure that we know that excellence isn't just an act, but it's a habit. Excellence is a habit. We have to do it daily. We have to expect it, and we have to provide it, and we have to measure it to make sure that our students are getting what they need. So I think it's really important to make sure that we know it's a habit and to gain feedback and look at solutions. How can we move to the next level? How can we continue to sustain and stretch the students forward? What does excellence look like? Is this paper that I'm turning in my best? If it isn't, how can I revise it to make it more? What would that next step look like? Often in schools they have rubrics when they're analyzing their papers, and the students are trying to keep their own data, notebooks to assess where they are, and they have a rubric. This is what a score. If you had a score of 1 to 4, this is what a 1 would look like. What a 2, a 3, and 4. But what if you drew in the next column? What if you drew in what would a 5 look like? What could we do to help our students move to that next level? So I think it's important to always think about how do we strengthen our instruction and target our students to make sure that they do receive excellence in education. In my experience as a principal, moving our school from a state targeted school to a national blue ribbon, and on the U.S. News and World Reports, so proud, still there on that list. It's important to look and make sure that culture that you're creating in that school and that climate is successful to grow our students every day. So, we've got a great task, and excellence is a habit. And so we've got to expect it, train our employees to be able to do it, and then make sure that we follow through, that we provide those supports so they can be successful.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Holden.
How do you plan on keeping our teachers safe?
And I've thought a lot about that. You know, with classroom disruptions, you know, our needed support with additional staffing needs and SROs. You know, again, our expectations and procedures are very important to us. And then we have to look at additional ways to, like we talked about earlier, partner for additional safety and security help in our schools through our SRO division, and explore other avenues of our retired officers. We have to look at those behavior intervention support classrooms. It goes back to those opportunities to provide professional development for all of our teachers and our EAs and our principals. You know, currently we have classrooms like we talked about earlier at specific schools. Like we need to expand that. You know, looking at those OJI reports, bites and kicks. You know, my heart goes out to those employees that do have that. And so we have to get to that root cause and change that behavior. Again, additional supports at those elementary levels and middle school levels. So that flow of support, when they're flooded with that support, that flows upward. So if we are addressing it at the elementary level, then the behaviors become less, and we want them to get, by the time they move up, that they're able to be without those behaviors, that they feel that need and that support. So looking at keeping the teachers safe has many arenas to it. You know, I think it's also important to realize what services are available for our students that may have some challenges, and then also review the data, have those conversations with our staff, timely conversations, get the training, get those de-escalation techniques down pat. If you can have that, again, that feeling of safety, then you can do whatever you need to do for your students. So I think it's real key to be looking and exploring, expanding what we have that's working, and our behavior support classroom and our SRO division, their support, you know, it's crucial, it's key. It's just like without food, clothing, shelter, how do we begin that day in the classroom? Same thing with security and safety. We have to have it.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Young.
Dr. Anthony, why do you want this position?
I really want the opportunity to serve. I have a servant's heart. Our students and our teachers and our staff and our faculty and our parents and our community. I love Rutherford County, and I love Rutherford County schools. Lived here my whole life. Product of Buchanan Elementary, K-8, Green Hornets, Riverdale High School as well. And when I think about why, I smile because the love I have for my teachers and my principals. I think about those teachers that made that impact on me and the desire for me to replicate what that they have been working on. I always wanted to be the class helper. So I'll tell you a little story. This is who I am. So in school, if there was any student struggling, I wanted to help. So my teachers utilized that. They saw that desire. Always would write in my report card, Andrea will make a good teacher someday. Loved it. Anything I could do to help someone. I think about those crucial years in middle school at Buchanan. What fabulous, fabulous teachers I had. Mary Watts. I don't know if you know Mary, she's passed now. Her two daughters, who are excellent in Beta Epsilon with me, with our education association. The learning and the expansion up beyond the classroom that she did for us. I mean, how can you quantify it? You can't. When I think about her, my heart just beats fast for her because she saw us individually as students. She wanted to bring out opportunities beyond the instruction. She made sure we had that instruction, and you better bet that we were going to get measured on it, and we were going to learn, and we were going to grow. But to expand that, it brings tears to my eyes. I think about Donald Jernigan. My father worked all the time, and he was a surrogate father to us. And so I get emotional thinking about not only did he provide that math and science instruction, but he also provided that emotional support. I think about Avis Wilson Wise. When Miss Wise was my 7th and 8th grade math teacher, the passion that she created in me for math, it's been ongoing. It's been ongoing. I think about the love of reading, Miss Lydia Tenpenny Oliver, who retired a few years ago. When I asked her, Miss Tenpenny, you can't be old enough to retire. She said, honey, I've done this for 40 years. And now her daughters are in the business. So that love not only went beyond their teaching, but to their children and to their family, who now we see in our school systems, and some have even retired out of our school systems and are in education. So education is freedom. It is opportunities for us. And so I think that we have to be passionate in our craft, and we have to provide that one person that can make that spark, that change, think, oh yeah, I can do this. I want to do this. I think about all the great high school teachers I had and how they were passionate about their subject area. But what did they teach? If you ask them, they taught children. What did they teach? They taught the subject. But who did they teach? They taught the children. And I think it's very important for us when we're hiring, and I feel like that's a skill that I've always had excellent results, is surrounding myself with excellent people and looking at what are those skills, and then do they have the heart for our students? Is their heart in the right place? Is it that they're teaching students and they will be teaching them the content? But we have to think about that whole student. So sorry to diverge a little bit there, but I'm very passionate of what imprint that those educators have made on my life, and still continue to do, and provide mentorship to me to this day. So I think it's very important that you understand that that's why I'm such a lifelong learner. It's been instilled. It's been over time. It's been consistent with love and care. That relationship piece, you just can't live without it. So I want to see the growth and achievement for our students, because I know they can learn. All students can learn. We need to talk about what kind of supports they need to put them on the right path, provide them multiple opportunities, let them know, when they need additional support, what can be done, help them with that support, provide the people to help them with that support, and then again, hire our great employees that just really have the heart for our students. I have a heart of learning, I have a heart of leadership, and truly want to say that, if you want someone that wants to always put the students first, all actions will always be what's best for our students and what will help them grow and achieve, then I would be your director of schools.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Sharp.
Mr. Reed, this is probably the last question, because we're at an hour and a half.
We have 2 hours per candidate.
I would go ahead with the next question.
Right, but this is probably likely the last question?
I think
because we're going to do an hour and a half?
It's what the board chooses to do, but I think you have time to ask all the questions on this list.
Yes.
If you choose to do it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Anthony, what are your plans to engage and deepen relationships with parents? What part or input should parents have in choosing curriculum?
Okay, so let's address the curriculum first, because we know that that's mandated by the state, but I think we can have some great opportunities for some parent nights, for some community nights, to be able to hear what are these standards that our students are being taught, and then what does that look like? It's not enough to say, here's the standards we're teaching. What does that look like? Giving examples so that the parents can help support the students when they go home. I think that there's an untapped resource there that we just need to have those informational meetings for our parents to let them see, what are the standards? What does it look like? How is it being measured? What should I know about where my student should be? How can I help my student track their data and be able to know if they're making that progress? So that, sometimes state testing is like an autopsy. It's at the end, right? So you have to have those ongoing measurements, those summative informative measures just to make sure that your students are progressing towards that on a daily basis. You know, our diagnostics that help us, our county CFAs, different testing that will help our students to know where they are and then what needs to happen, and then helps our teachers to know how can I drill down that intentional differentiated instruction. So I think that's important when you're trying to work to make sure that the parents are aware of what's going on. So I could see twofold on that, letting them know what is mandated, and then letting them see what does that look like, and giving examples. I think that's important. Can you repeat the first part again? Just make sure I'm on the...
Absolutely. What are your plans to engage and deepen relationships with parents? I know you've already discussed a lot of this.
Yes. So I was thinking continued conversations that we would have with parents with surveys and meetings and getting input. Like I said, open door policy, all the things that we've been discussing over the past interview time. And I think it's important to be available, approachable, transparent, you know, and look to see and use that feedback as an opportunity. We have to look at feedback as an opportunity because everybody has the same goal. It doesn't matter if it's the teacher, it's the janitor, it's the EA, it's the board, it's the director of schools, it's the community member. We all have the goal for our students. We all have the same passion for our students to succeed. So the more people we can bring to that table to have those clear conversations, the more we will grow and see change.
Thank you. We have 2 additional questions, so we'll continue them. Give an example of when you've changed your mind and taken a different course of action as a result of listening to others.
Okay, you'll like this one. The substitute vendor. I really thought, because of all the conversations that I had with all the HR district leaders across the state who were only having one vendor, that may compromise our ability to have enough substitutes if we went with more than one vendor. So then I started seeking out conversations with them, the HR leaders. What if you had 2? What could that look like? No one had really thought about it. Got in a great conversation with the district from Memphis. So Memphis and Rutherford County now are 2 districts that are using 2 vendors. You know, the board said, hey, let's look at a different strategy to see if a different company can pull in a different group of people. They are. Conversations all the time. You know, we've already met with our additional vendor, and they have a close connection with Advantage. So there's already a relationship that's established, so it couldn't have asked for that to be more beautiful. Listening to that, I thought, okay, right, 2 vendors, that's new, that's different. I haven't seen that before. No one else has seen that before. What does that look like? And then trying to gather you would say the most information I could on a situation that we've never tried before. Looking to see if we've done contracts or RFPs for multiple vendors. Talking to Trey Lee about how he does his maintenance with multiple zones, and then the success. You know, we know that everybody's having personnel crisis right now, even the substitute companies. People are choosing to work on certain days because they may have appointments, or they may have health issues or illnesses themselves within their family. You know, life happens. So we want to make sure we expand that opportunity, and this has been a really great time that we've been working on different ways of communicating. Both companies have now been working together just to strategically make sure that they're advertising. They've been going out to the schools, talking with the principals, looking to see what their needs are individually. So I think, you know, bringing additional ideas like that, I think there was an opportunity for us to look at something that's different. It didn't matter that it was not done before. How could it look? You know, I met with our budget team and talked to Joanne and them, and I said, have we ever had one where you have multiple vendors? Yes, we've done that with the mowing. How could we tweak that? So busily worked to revamp that RFP and got some great bids on that. So I look forward to hearing additional great ideas. I think it really worked, and I think it was just something that we haven't seen, but it doesn't mean it couldn't happen. So we now see that it can happen, and then I think we're really going to reap the benefits of it.
Thank you. And Ms. Sharp, you have a final question?
Sure, thank you. In our county, we are at a crisis point in building for our massive growth. How will you work with the county commissioners and ask them for our district's buildings needs and not just what they want to fund?
Well, we know their debt ratio is overextended already. There's too many things that are out there that they're having to pay on those notes that we need to increase our options. So I think it's very important to have that partnership with the county commissioners, continue that partnership. I know that you all work hand in hand very closely with them, and so does our district office, to let them be informed of our needs and not back down, be relentless. You know, being relentless can get you a long way. I think if you have clear communication and it's constant and it's open and you invite them in to see your needs and concerns, that partnership can expand. Again, looking at those opportunities through the LED lights, energy savings, we talked about geothermal, you know, talking to the industry development board. I know Ms. Sharp had talked about that at a board meeting, and Mr. Beaudry and Mrs. Brock has talked to them before, but they're the ones that can provide that tax break for our schools and help that savings to go to our schools for us to be able to use it. You know, not only the county commissioners, we talked about the impact fee with our legislation, and then you remember that Mr. Beaudry said there's a potential, which I always like that, $3 to $4 million tax revenue to help us out on our capital projects. So I think there's other avenues in addition to commissioners and working with our state legislation to help us to attack our growing needs. You know, they're coming, and we want them to feel welcome and invited, and we want them to feel very pleased with the education and feel the success of seeing our school district expand and grow as rapidly as it does is a challenge, but we're up for that challenge, and I think it's just pulling together, talking about what other avenues can we look at for additional support. But our county commissioners are key. We need them. And so, you know, they work for the same people that we all work for, or we work for the public and then for our students and our teachers. And so we have to remember, you know, we're all on the same page. It's for student growth and achievement. So let's work together.
Thank you. That concludes all the questions that we had provided. Is there any member of the board who needs clarification on any item or any question? Or is there any additional question that was not asked that has arisen during this questioning process? No? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anthony. We appreciate you. All right.
It may be appropriate for a break,
Yes.
Yes.
10 to 15 minutes.
So we will take a 10-minute break. Thank you. We are going to come back from
Matt has the
recess,
same question.
and we are going to look at our next candidate.
Well,
You're fine, no problem. We're going to get started. Next candidate, you want me to draw?
Time to draw the next number.
Ms. Bratton, you want to draw? Sure. Please and thank you.
Well, how about that?
If we get
In
candidate
reverse
2.
order.
was she 3?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins.
Anthony was 3.
3, 2, well, I guess we know. Unless there's a trick in the envelope.
No trick.
No treats either.
Number 3. This is number 2.
Mr. Reed, we're going to allow
Oh, that's
2
right.
hours
That ain't right, is it?
or
These
until
numbers don't
the
count.
questions are complete, correct?
Yes, I think, correct, yes.
Okay. Yes, okay. Now that you said that. We're going 2 hours.
Whoever it is may go faster and we may get there.
We asked too many questions. I was running out of room here.
The temperature control in this room is
Yes, I've already texted.
hot or
Yeah.
cold. It's one or the other, but is it cold?
Becky says it's cold.
It's hot. It's hot.
And you're hot.
It's hot.
I think it has to do with
Yeah. I'm comfortable, but it gets cold when that air gets pushed back out. You okay, Claire?
We thought you were the candidate.
You're fine, we're just waiting on our next applicant.
We thought you were the candidate.
Well, the question about temperature, is Donnie comfortable?
Donnie, are you, Jim wants to know if you're comfortable. Yes. Absolutely. Okay, he says yes.
Okay. We don't have to change anything yet. We must have had this candidate out in the parking lot.
Somebody go down to the bar.
Location.
Did they put him in transportation?
Exactly. We're getting worried about y'all.
We thought you might be at Barfield.
Be here till midnight with all those books.
As Mr. Estes panics. Thank you.
You know I can't read.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, Dr. Sullivan. You are our second applicant. And we're going to go in order of, I don't know, I can't remember, so forgive me. It was early start. We're going to go in opposite order of our zones. So we'll start with zone number 7, and we'll end with zone number 1. So that is the way we'll be asking questions this morning, and I guess we'll just get right to it. So, Mr.
Hey, let me
Estes?
just interject, Dr.
Okay.
Sullivan. We're targeting an hour and a half for each interview. If we do not get through all the questions within 2 hours, we will stop questioning at that point.
Got it. Thank you.
And Sheila really wants to get to lunch early.
No pressure. Always being before lunch is great.
We'll pay attention. Okay, that being said,
Ready?
Mr. Estes, go ahead.
Dr. Sullivan, number 1 here. Do you believe there is evidence that frequent standardized testing at the elementary level is enhancing academic growth and not just measuring it?
So when we look at data, data is essential for improvement. If we think about it from a business perspective, we have to know where our students are in order for us to improve. Standardized testing, however, is really the things that are dictated to us from the State Department of Education. And when we look about standardized testing, all we are talking about is TCAP and then our universal screening. And so with TCAP, especially at the elementary level, currently we are testing, it's an alternate test for second grade. In the future, that'd be something that I would like to look at for us not to participate in. That is an extra stress level on our schools and our students that is not necessarily required, or we don't get the data in a very useful manner. For 3rd, 4th, and 5th, we are testing math, science, and English language arts. And outside of that, we do our required universal screening. And so that we use EasyCBM as our universal screener and iReady 3 times a year. There is a lot of conversation around what is actually required. We have lots of assessments that go with every program that we have, whether it is our curriculum associates in iReady or our EL curriculum. I'm not necessarily concerned about whether or not we are meeting a curriculum standard. That's not what our job is to see if we're following a curriculum. Our job is to see if our students are learning standards. And so whatever we need, if that is something that data, again, is essential, but if it is impacting the ability of our teachers to lead because of how much we are truly assessing our students, then that's something we have to look at and see why are we giving it. You also have some comparison data in your notebook, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time. This is more for you to peruse afterwards. But if you would open your notebook and look at the data section, I did want to point out that when you were looking at this data, this is truly from last year's assessment. And even though it is hard to read, this is a scatter plot of all districts across the state of Tennessee looking at achievement and growth. You'll see that Rutherford County is at the very top right quadrant, especially for growth. That is 3rd through 8th grade English language arts, and then 3rd through 8th grade math as well, followed by some of the other subjects. So to answer your question, there's always room for improvement, and if the assessments we are giving, especially at the elementary level, are measuring our effectiveness of our curriculum and not the standards, that we need to look at that and see how much time it's taking.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Bratton.
Long-range planning is essential for a school system. Outline your first 3 months as a director, telling the board what you hope to accomplish and why. What are your goals for this time period, and how do you plan to achieve them? How do you plan to measure the success of these goals?
So lots of parts to that question.
Yes.
So if you will flip to the Outlook section of this notebook. So first, when it comes to leadership style, just to share a little bit about we have worked very closely together, many of us for 3 years, some of us for just 2 years. What today really is about is for you to see kind of what I stand for and what my leadership structure is. When it comes down to the overall first 90 days, I'm a leader that believes in communication, I believe in trust, and I believe in the importance of culture. A lot of that starts with us as a school board and a director of schools. We're in a very unique situation, and that several board members are going to be leaving, and several new board members are going to be joining. To not address that would not be giving fairness to the reality of the situation that we are facing. Regardless, we have to work together. I'm not a politician. I can be involved in politics. I understand that's part of the job. However, I will treat every board member fairly. There will always be communication that goes to one board member, goes to everyone. There won't be favorites. We have to establish that type of communication. Teachers, parents, community, they're looking to us to lead. There's a very negative connotation with education right now, not just in Rutherford County, not in Tennessee, it's national. And our teachers, our students, our parents are working extremely hard, and it's up to us to lead through that. Outside of that, if you look at that third bullet, we are only as good as our people. We are a business that is, our product are humans. That's ultimately what we're looking at. We are not able to go and decide that we want to increase market value and start producing more. We're producing humans, the citizens for our society. And if we don't have the right people and we don't have people, we're not going to be able to do that. And so employee recruitment and retention, I think, is our third big thing that we have to look at. Fourth, we need to have an executive and a management team. And so that'll be a huge portion for strategic planning that we are looking at. I think many of you are aware right now is pretty much setting the strategic plan. We had that, I think the board had a setting in March to where they looked at that at a board retreat. We need to do that at the board level, but we also need to do that at the district office level as well so that we know how we're working. Fifth is just a parent and community partnership. That is something that I am very interested in. It's something that I've had success with and our teams have had success with. From going back to a principle of taking over a restructuring one school, which was 1 year from state takeover under No Child Left Behind, there's nothing more disheartening as a principal when you watch other buses come to your school and take students away from your school because it's not performing well. We had to get parent support. We also had the web school very close to us, and that helped us with competition to be able to get students and keep students there. Opening Rocky Fork Middle School, same thing. We built the culture from the beginning. And then in this role, I think that, I know Ms. Sharpke was very aware of when we had our distance learning issues. Parent and community support on my own social media platform. And I know this isn't a sustainable model, but when we had issues with distance learning, I answered every one of those or directed those to the people they needed to be. That was not fun, that was not comfortable, but a leader has to lead when there are issues. And so involving parents and community, whether that starts with curriculum, and I think we'll get to that in a little while, that's where we start with our parents. You'll see then a timeline of June. What do we look like? We're still in a transition period, establishing a communication framework for how often does the board get information. Honestly speaking with each of you, what's your preferred method for communication? When we're setting board agendas, working with the board chair and then the new board chair, how do we set that agenda together so that there's that executive committee that meets probably weekly to discuss those things, and we set that out. You'll see with other stakeholders as well, we need to develop expectations. Right now, James Evans does a great job, but James Evans a lot of times is the face of the district, and as great as he does, a leader needs to lead and not necessarily have poor James have to deal with that in some of those roles. And so we appreciate you, James, but that definitely is not the role that he is signed up to be in. We have to hire key positions. We have several principal openings. We have several staff openings. Whoever this board chooses will have an additional opening. We have to hire key positions. You'll see work with staff and school to recruit and retain teaching positions. We were with the Chamber of Commerce last Friday. We are averaging 20 new people moving to Rutherford County a day. I have a hard time believing that we don't have educators and people wanting to work in the school system. If what we're doing for recruitment and entertainment is not working, our overall mission is for students, then we need to look like other businesses would, and we need to look at outside people that can help us recruit and retain. We're educators, we need to make sure that we have the educators here. And then you'll see the last part, work with the current school board to ensure successful onboarding for the director of schools and a positive start to the 2022-2023 school year. July, August, similar, and I won't go through every bullet point here, but more partnership between the school board and the director of schools. As I mentioned, we are the leaders of this district, and people are looking at us to lead, and they need to see a collaboration, even if we don't always agree. The school board, because of COVID, was forced into many items to the day-to-day operation, and really you should entrust that to the director of schools. You shouldn't have to get there's nothing wrong with you getting complaints, but you should trust that the director of schools is going to handle that and address those so that you didn't sign up to run the district. You signed up to advocate for whatever your passion area was and be involved in the day-to-day operations to the director of schools. You'll see a couple other things as well. If you'll look down to the 5th bullet point under July and August, continue developing that relationship and structure alongside the school board, but also developing that relationship with new school board members, because we understand that's going to be a portion of it. And just as we are going through this change, we will want to work together so that we can support those new school board members. Again, I'm not involved in the political aspect of it. My job is to advocate for our teachers, our students, and support the board in whatever they need. And then September, I feel like it's essential we start quickly with a retreat with our new school board members to set strategic planning, possibly look at some budget items. When we're looking at budget items, whether we start at zero-sum budgeting, we really have to start with our people and make sure that our people are taken care of. I'm also very interested in what some other larger districts do. They do student-based funding. It matches with TISA very well, and so that ensures that you get your funding to the school level so that schools can make the decision and the board is not having to decide, for example, does Central or Eagleville need a graduation coach or an AP? They have that funding available to them at that school level to decide what do you need for your students based on your school. And then lastly, just discussion on master zoning to investigate alternatives to meet growth needs.
Thank you. Next question.
If you observed a department facing critical leadership deficiencies, internal conflict, and major staffing shortages, what steps would you take to address the problem? Can you give a specific example of how you have handled this in the past?
So first, I apologize for not having my jacket. I just realized I left it in that room as I was back there for the first 2 hours. So I was wearing it early and I'll wear it later. I apologize for that. Hopefully that's the biggest mistake I make today. When you are looking at leadership challenges, first, I think you have to have emotional courage. And what I mean by that is you have to be willing to address the items that need to be addressed. First and foremost, as a leader, you have to look internally. I believe in the betterment of people. People do not wake up in the morning just trying to make mistakes or not meet our expectations. And so first I look internally, did I make the expectations clear? And I would like to have a meeting very quickly to discuss, here's the expectations that we need to have. You have 2 to 3 bullet points, because outside of that, people really can't fix more than 2 to 3 things at a time. And you have very frequent meetings to discuss those bullet points. Usually they center around, and I know one of the questions centered around special education, and I know that's an area that we have been working on, that this board has supported us with. With special education, our current structure is not set up for success, and we've discussed that. We have one coordinator and no one else in a supervisory role, and that's just the way we've operated for so long. We partnered with NIET, again, us as educators, sometimes you have to have an outside viewpoint to tell you what's wrong, and that's not something that we should be afraid of. That's something that we should definitely look forward to so that we can see how can we better meet our students. And so when we have leadership struggle, it starts internally. You answer those questions, you give them specific outlines, you have constant follow-up, and you communicate that with that person first. With special education, for example, and I talked to our person because I told them I knew that this would probably come up, so they knew that this would happen. We met with our team first. Once we got results from NIET, we then met with our staff. We then communicated that to our schools, and then you all got a report as well about what we were doing. And ultimately, if improvement can't happen, then sometimes you just have to have hard conversations and make changes. That's part of leadership. It's an unfortunate part of leadership. I have found in my career that is often not the case once you make expectations clear and you help somebody lead, but sometimes that does have to happen. And turning around a school and opening a school, that's just an unfortunate thing that I have experience with that you have to be willing to do. The last thing that you have in your binder, and we don't have to flip to it, but you do have our NIET strategic plan that you can see for special education. It was very much you guys got it presented, and then we had a director of schools opening, which is why we're here today. And so we're kind of stuck right now waiting for further guidance on where to go.
Okay, we went out of order, my fault. Sorry, Ms. Maxwell. Next question. How will you work to create consistency across the system to ensure stability, structure, and accountability? Meaning, how will you ensure policies and procedures will be applied and practiced consistently throughout the county system?
So first and foremost, I believe that starts with expectations. When you are running a school, when you are running a classroom, when you are running a business, it all starts with expectations first and foremost. We have expectations across the district. Unfortunately, they're not always known. I think that is a very common thing, especially as big of our organization has gotten over the last couple years. When we are looking at how to communicate that for stability, people want direction. I believe in autonomy, but I believe in autonomy within frameworks. We have to have frameworks that we operate within, or otherwise we are just all over the place. Discipline is a perfect example right now. We have a code of conduct, and because of COVID the last 2 years, honestly, our code of conduct hasn't really been the focus for anybody. And that is showing in our schools, that is showing in our teachers, that is showing in our retention. And so that would be something that right from the get-go we have to start with, is to look at our code of conduct. But that trickles down to curriculum, it trickles down to parent complaints. Our administrators want structure. I go back to being a principal, and there was nothing you hated more, and I feel like we do a good job, but there's always room to improve, than being the person on the front lines and getting direction from central office that says you have the autonomy to handle that. You need someone to sometimes make a decision for you so that you're not the person on the front lines, and we can deal with that backlash. It's part of our job to protect people. And so that's how I would create stability. I would talk with our stakeholders, again, look at what frameworks are working, which frameworks haven't been communicated, and I'm sure there are some we need to change. That is the duty of this board. One of the things that the state law and Tennessee Code Annotated outlines is the board sets policy. There are always going to be policies that change. If they need to change, that's fine. Then it would be the director of school's responsibility to make sure that those things were done, and then they would need to set procedures to make sure that whatever the will of the board was accomplished. But usually when we have issues, it comes down to a lack of communication or a lack of availability. You can go to other districts and see they have procedures outlined very clearly, and that's something that we should be able to do as well.
Thank you. Okay, we're going slightly out of order here, but Mr. Holden, you would ask the next question, please.
Okay. Make sure I ask these in the right order. Okay. What are your plans to reduce disparity in our schools, especially those that are in the northeast part of the county?
So I have a unique perspective in that I started at Blackman Middle School, and that was when that school had very little poverty, and then was able to be in a different district and in Bedford County, and then was able to come and open a brand new school at Rocky Fork. Whether or not there is a disparity or not, the perception is absolutely there. And opening Rocky Fork Middle School, it was a great facility, but there were things that if that had happened at Blackman Middle School, they never would have been allowed. I will use one of our athletic facilities, for example. There were things that just didn't happen, that if it had been in the Murfreesboro area, that probably would not have happened. The other part of that I think we have to look at is we have to look at our community as a whole. So I pulled some of the data in looking at the different areas. And so Laverne has 37,701 student or population. Smyrna has 53,496. And the actual highest income area in the county is Laverne. Laverne has an average family household income of $68,565. What I'm most worried about disparity is about staffing. We are having a huge issue in staffing our northern end schools. Part of that has to do, that's where our most diverse student body is. And that's not wrong, that's where our most diverse student body is. The second, with transportation costs increasing as people have moved to Murfreesboro, there's a huge cost to traveling to the north end. I'm interested in what other counties do. I know Hamilton County, for example, they pay based on zones. They have zones in their district, and they have different pay structures based in those zones for hard to attract. Whether or not federal is an option or whether or not that comes out of GP, they've been really able to attract some of their more veteran teachers to their hard to fill areas by offering an additional 5% on top of their salary. And I know that's a different way of looking at things, but if we are growing, we have to look at things differently. What that extra 5% has been able to do is they've been able to attract some highly skilled educators who are getting closer to retirement into some of those harder to fill areas because they were increasing their retirement. And so I think that's something that we have to look at. Last, for building, I think we may need to look at just third party. We have those deferred maintenance plans and the capital projects, but I also think it's important for us to make sure that we are looking at those in an equal manner, and that we will probably get into that further here in just a little while. But I feel like that is something, along with staffing and maintenance, that we have to be aware of from the north to the south end of the county.
Thank you. And forgive me, I was going forward, not backwards, so Ms. Maxwell was right, Mr. Holden. It was confused. Yes, I'm sorry, my fault.
You went the wrong way. I forgot my jacket.
Nobody wanted to correct me, but please correct me.
I
Yes,
didn't mess up.
it was me, absolutely 100% me. Okay, so next is
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young. Guys, keep me on track here.
Okay.
Thank you. Next question.
Okay, Dr. Sullivan, Trey Lee incorporated something a few years back to help us track our deferred maintenance issues. And was very fortunate that we were able to implement that. But unfortunately, we are $200 million in deferred maintenance. How would you attack that?
Right. That is a huge question, and one that we have to look at. What is unique for us is that this is not a problem that is common to Rutherford County, but that doesn't mean that it's not a problem that we have to solve. What is unique for us is that we are still growing while having to attack some of these deferred maintenance projects, to where you've seen other districts, even in Tennessee or across the Southeast, North Carolina specifically, have been able to go to bond market because they're not growing. That's not necessarily an option for us because we're having to build schools at the same point. There are two areas for hope that I think that really give us an option. One, we have to continue to educate our community and educate our parents. But outside of that, I feel like it's essential and part of that education that we realize the difference between a budget and a spending plan. We budget every single year in a deficit, but that doesn't mean we're actually spending in a deficit. Just as you and a stakeholder would budget in their household, that doesn't mean you go out and spend every penny of that. Over the last couple years, we have, with our leadership at central office and this school board, our fund maintenance has gone from about 4% to 13%. And so we have increased it to almost $65 million at the last time that I heard the number. And so with that, we have some opportunities. Along with that, if you are looking at the 177 fund, and I believe right now we get 5.5 cents, if I'm recalling correctly. I know with the new tax appropriation that may change, but we are looking at several $1 million there that we can use. The other part I would look at is by knowing how much we are putting into fund balance. I think that's something that along with our funding body, we can discuss moving several pennies away from our GP over into our 177 fund. That may give us 15 to 20 million. We may have to dip into the fund balance for several years to attack some of this, but we could probably hit 15 to 20 million dollars, 10% right off the top before TISA even gets here. When TISA gets here, that's going to give us some more options. We are projected to increase about $50 million roughly. That's going to have a lot of outcomes that we are going to be held accountable for. That definitely needs to go to staffing. That's a huge area we need to look at, but there's also opportunity for us to look at some of our deferred maintenance. So I'm confident within the first couple years, we can really address some of this. Outside of that, my big worry, of course, is we may have the funding, but we may not be able to find the labor force to truly get things done. But from a funding situation, I do feel like those are avenues that we could take from moving pennies over to 177 and using some of our fund balance to address that.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Sullivan. What is your plan for students that cause continual classroom disruption?
So thank you for bringing that up because that is an absolute huge issue that we are dealing with everywhere. There are several ideas, and I connect this largely with morale. We did a thought exchange survey 3 weeks ago. We had over 1,400 teachers or staff members complete it, 60,000 different ratings, and 8 of the 10 biggest things that teachers were concerned about was behavior. So there are several things that I think we have to do. First and foremost is to go back to our code of conduct. And so that is discussion of that code of conduct, not just with our staff, but that goes with our parents, with our students, and just with our community in general. Second, it should never be okay. I know students have challenges, but it should never be okay for a teacher to be repeatedly hit over and over and over again without an option for that student. We also have to protect the education of the other students in that classroom. The next option that I feel like we would need to look at is we also need to engage our legislators in some of the zero tolerance changes. We looked at in policy changing some things, and not to say that vape and those different things don't need to be addressed. But when we have students who are violent or students who are constantly disrupting kids or disrupting classes, I think we have to look at those things a little bit differently, and that is filling a lot of our alternative seats. We have to be creative in our alternative school, and one solution that I would propose is we are in the middle of probably opening up some spots at the John Coleman Annex. The adult education will talk about this on, I believe, the 26th board meeting. Our partnership ended with Workforce Essentials and the adult education program. That's not to say that's not essential for our community, but we need that space as a district, and most other districts have that house somewhere else, not as part of the school system. We have an option to use some of that space for 1st through 5th or 1st through 6th grade alternative school. Kindergarten in state law is not allowed to be in an alternative school right now, and I believe that's probably because state law has never been revisited since kindergarten was mandatory, but we could move 1st through 5th grade there. Honestly, the state looks at 6th grade as an elementary school level. You could possibly move 6th grade to an alternate location as well. That may not save us a bunch of seats, but that would open up some seats 7, 12. Another option I would look at, and this is an experience from a different county, is you have your zero tolerance seats in an alternative school, and our alternative schools have a great program, but they're not able to do their program right now because it's just too many students coming in and out. You definitely can go through to where, based on population and based on enrollment of a school, they get a certain number of seats outside of zero tolerance. And so if we were to take Stewart's Creek, for example, with their size to where they're going to Smyrna West, they would have 8 seats that principal and that administration team could control, and that would give them some autonomy about who are the students that truly are disrupting education, who are the students that need to be out of my building right now, I think those are some options we can give to give us a little bit more fluidity in moving alternative school settings. Outside of that, I do feel like it's important that we realize the majority of students are doing as we ask. The last 2 years have been a challenge for them as well. And if we enlist parent support and enlist parents that here's the challenges that we are having, here's the behavior that we need, our job is to educate kids. And if we're not able to educate kids because of student behavior, then we have to address that. I have experience doing this. As I mentioned at Harris Middle School, we were about 90% poverty, 1,100 students, and the first year was getting structure of the school. I'd love to tell you the first year was about academics. It was not about academics. It was about getting structure of the school. And when you get structure of a school and you get structure of discipline, then student outcomes are going to increase just because of the structure that's in the building.
Thank you. All right, next question, Mr. Estes.
Okay. What is your vision for the future of RCS CTE programs?
So we have been a trendsetter for years in CTE, but what makes us unique also brings us challenges. The biggest challenge that we have right now is equity and access, because your opportunities are basically determined by which school you're zoned for and which zip code you move into. And so for me, that is the biggest area that we need to address. Our CTE programs, we offer all of them. We're one of the only districts that offer all 16. Our EPP program is strong and continuing to enroll new teachers so that we can staff that, but we don't have equal access for all of our students. And that is something that we have a couple options that we can do. In Bedford County, we actually provided transportation. We had 3 high schools, and granted, your transportation is going to be a little bit different because of how big and unique we are, but there were opportunities for students that attended the other high schools to participate with Shelbyville Central and the TCAT of Shelbyville. They did that in 2 ways. There were buses that ran all day long between the sites. Yes, you lose some instructional time between those sites, but as we continue to look at what's the best for our students, and I think we noticed it some during COVID, we can be creative with how we use instructional time. The other aspect of that with virtual, we have opportunities to where we can use virtual classrooms. We can pay teachers differently if they are covering a classroom in person at Smyrna and there's a class at Laverne. There's no reason that we can't look at compensating that teacher differently for teaching 2 sets of kids at the same time. I know that's not a traditional way of thinking, but if I'm looking at it from a perspective of how do we get more opportunities for our students without putting a huge taxpayer burden on recreating aerospace that is at Siegel that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. We don't have that avenue. We don't have that option. But that doesn't mean a student who goes to and is zoned for Riverdale or Oakland doesn't want to participate in those things. And so those are the 2 ways, whether it looks at transportation between the schools or looking at compensation and opening up access. You also, if we continue and we get some miracle location that we can have a centralized place to house those programs, that is what I had experience with in Bedford County. It was connected to the vocational center, and that is where the CTE campus, if you will, had experience. So those are the ways that I would address that. And I would continue to that partnership with Rutherford Works and Rutherford County Chamber of Commerce. Just some interesting data that a meeting we attended last Friday, and this just blew my mind, was that when we are looking at Rutherford County, we are considered the 6th best place to buy a home. We are the 3rd place for job growth for Forbes. Again, we talked about 20 per day moving in, and that dealt with economic development and the education system. I had a director of schools and a former director of schools who was very well established in a northern county reach out and say what makes Rutherford County unique is that people still move to Rutherford County, and they quite frankly don't care where they're moving as long as they can find affordable housing. And that speaks to the power of our education system, is that where you may move into a different county and have to move to one zone, people are finding a house in Rutherford County, and it doesn't matter where they go. And I think that attests to what the need for CTE and growing CTE is, that we give access everywhere.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Bratton.
What are your plans for improving morale amongst teachers, staff, and administrators? How do you foresee rewarding employees at every level for their dedication and loyalty to the Rutherford County school system? And what benefits would you suggest for our long-term employees?
So just to start off generally, you bring us all a drink? I'm just messing with you, James. To start us,
I know what that was at first.
to start off, I feel like the most essential is just, again, to hit on leadership beliefs. And as a leader, my number one belief is that you have to remove barriers so that people can be successful. I want to hit on that from a couple different angles. First and foremost, without our staff, nothing else really matters. If we don't have teachers, if we don't have staff, we can have the best curriculum, we can have the best policies, procedures. If we don't have staff, kids don't learn. And so that has to be one of our key areas that we are looking at. Culture is something that is hugely impactful to me. That has been kind of a cornerstone of how I've led and how our teams have led and how I've worked with each one of you. So I feel like setting up culture for pride within our organization and with our school district is something we have to do. There are a couple things that I want to hit on first. First, I'd like to talk about our certified staff. And looking at certified staff is essential that we look at what we are tasking them to do during the school day. Whether that is us looking at how many IEP meetings they have, how many ILP meetings they have, parent meetings, those are things that we can control at a school level. So, and we give our principals that autonomy of only schedule IEP meetings these 2 days. If we need to continue to do them virtually, but to where our teachers are being pulled 5 days a week for different meetings, one, that's violating state law for their protected planning time. But second, that's not giving them the time that they need to plan for our students. Yes, salary, of course, is something we always want to address and always want to look at. Out of those 10 top categories, only one of those mentioned salary. The rest of them were student discipline and planning time. So I don't want to, we always want to do everything we can with salary. What is unique for us as a county school system that you all know, we're not involved with the tax levy. A special school district's involved with the tax levy. That's outside of our role to control. The other part about morale, I think we've talked about, and I'm not going to hit on it in great detail, is student conduct. If we address those things with student conduct, going back to expectations from a district level, here's how we follow, and here's the things that we need to do. Alternative schools, classrooms, I think it's essential. We also look at different things at the school level, whether or not alternative school is not always the answer, and we look at different programs within our schools as kind of that safe space in between going from regular classroom to alternative school. I think that's an option. The other part we have to look at is mental health, not just for our students, but also the ability for our teachers to understand that it's perfectly fine to turn things off. When they leave, they don't have to, and it is a calling as an educator to keep going nonstop, but if they're not taking care of themselves, then they're not going to be successful. Next, I want to talk about classified. And you guys know I'm transparent, so I'll just say things the way they need to be. I understand the reason for our timekeeping system. That is something that is needed for accountability. However, when a timekeeping system is hurting your productivity and hurting what we need to do as a district, I understand the perspective behind it. Communication was not strong around that. The purpose was not strong around that. And again, we're not like an assembly line to where at 3:15, a bus shows up, everybody gets on and we leave. We depend on our staff to be there. And yes, we have to protect wage and hour. We have to make sure we're following law, but I believe if we're entrusting schools and we're entrusting principals with thousands of students every single day, then we should be able to entrust them to manage their employees as well. And so I'm not saying that the timekeeping system, yes, that helps payroll, and that's essential. Yes, that helps us make sure that we're accountable for taxpayer funding. But if it's getting in the way and it is a barrier for our people to meet the needs of our students, then that is something that we need to listen to principals and that we may need to look at. Because that is something that I've heard constantly over the last year that was hurting. I think we also have to look at, for classified staff, we have to look at ways, and we've started doing that, for them to be involved, whether that is the college program, but everyone may not want to go back to school to be a teacher. We need to have, just like we have professional development for teachers, we need to have professional development for classified staff, whether that's earning certifications. We have an amazing professional development team. There's no reason that we can't do that. The biggest barrier right now is pay. And again, there are things we can do to look at it so that we are not worried about somebody accruing overtime because they wanted to better themselves. And so I think that's something that we have to look at. For administration, and I know this is a long answer, but there's different levels of people in our organization. For admin, I think they have to realize that they are supported. They have to realize there's an open door policy. and that when we talk about an open door policy, we truly mean there is an open door policy, not just that the door is open, that they can come, they can call without being in fear or worried about different things. We also have to make sure that there's not favoritism, and I think that would help overall. And we also have to look at the way we're developing them. Our principals are running schools, but also they're running sometimes organizations that are bigger than entire cities and communities. And we have to look at things a little bit differently to support them. And I've mentioned a little bit about student-based funding. I think that would be a way to get admin support as well. If you would flip over just to, in your notebooks, there's a section called Finance. And I'm not going to go into detail with this, but I did want you to just, the first thing is just our overall ADM. If you'll look at that, you'll see that most of these counties are dropping, and we added 2,097 students. That's almost the average district size for the state of Tennessee. It's 2,900, and we've added that since August. If you'll flip to the next page, that's a little bit about TISA and kind of what our estimates may look like. Again, that's still very much to be flushed out. That's an estimate. But the third document shows you how we staff schools. And so it says Rutherford County Board of Education, we have to turn this in every single year to the State Department, and we are an archaic way that we staff schools. We staff it basically based on BEP. What I'm interested in building that culture and morale for administrators. There would be a lot of training. There'd have to be piloting of several of these schools, but giving them more autonomy. 30 to 50% of funds have to be centralized because of maintenance, because of utilities, just the different things we have to provide. But as long as a principal is meeting class size ratios, the principal and their staff should be able to come together and see how many EAs do we need, and I think that would definitely help morale so that they are truly getting what they need. For example, an archaic system we have right now is that if a principal wants to move a teacher from 4th to 5th grade, they have to email me for approval. That's for a district with 3,600 teachers, that's a pretty archaic method of operating when they know they have the class size to meet that. And so I think that would be a way for us to look at admin. Ultimately, to sum up that whole answer, because yes, that was lengthy, but again, our staff is essential to what we do. We have to address the morale, we have to address the working conditions, and then we have to develop a sense of pride. People are moving to Rutherford County for a reason, and our education is a huge aspect of that, and I think we have to get back to focusing on the positives.
Thank you. Ms. Maxwell.
Special education is constantly changing and growing its population in Rutherford County schools. How do you plan on working with parents and students exponentially in our system to make sure all of our children's needs are met? And what is your vision for special education in Rutherford County schools?
So we've hit on this a little bit. Again, that's an area that we realize that we need to improve upon. That's not a surprise. We have gone through feedback. That is something that we believe in as feedback. And we overall got feedback from our staff first. We felt like we had to look internal before we looked external because we knew there were issues. As part of that very last thing in your notebook, if you guys wouldn't mind flipping to that real quick. It just so helps with my position being over that. It's something that we work with. And so the very last thing, and again, we're not going to spend a lot of time. It starts with NIET, needs assessment, summary. I think you may have actually had this as part of a board meeting.
Which tab, I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry,
Is that
very last
Outlook?
tab, Outlook.
Okay.
Yep. This is one we were kind of stuck on. We're moving, but this, again, you don't have to necessarily look at in huge detail, but on this document, if you'll just flip over to page 5. So it says NIET and DLC conducted many types of stakeholder engagement. This is what our internal look looked like for special education. We gave them some overarching questions, those first 4 back in October. We realized what the problems were. We internally had different stakeholders go through some things that you guys were very involved with in approving that funding, and we greatly appreciate it. But this goes back to what our vision for special education is. We looked 2 years ago at just general K-12 instruction. We didn't have curriculum guides. We didn't necessarily have resources, and we fixed and worked on some of that. Last year we looked at ESL. We worked on curriculum guides. We staffed it appropriately. This year was special education. And so our vision for that is to meet the needs of our students. I read some data, or just wrote some data down yesterday, because we hear special education and we have one thing in our mind, but that's not necessarily all of our students. So if we are looking at our district, we have 6,537 as of yesterday, students served with disabilities. So 6,537, that includes our voluntary pre-K, or integrated pre-K, sorry. Ages 6 to 21, we have 6,058. 27% of those students are students with a specific learning disability. And when we think about special education, that's a lot of times what we just automatically think about because that's what we hear about. But we have 20% that are gifted. We have 11% with autism. And so special education is all encompassing, and our vision is whatever it provides for those students, we need to give them that support. Where we are struggling right now is we are struggling with our top-down approach. As I mentioned with our current structure, we have one person who supervises the entire department of those 6,058 students, and really the 6,537. We do not have an additional supervisor, we have 2 specialists. As part of the budget that you guys have already approved, we looked at moving 2 specialists to those supervisory roles, so one can be elementary, one can be middle and high school. We're repurposing a position from the adult ed program to be able to use that position to do everything else, whether that's speech and language, OT, PT, all the different services. That is what we're looking at for the third one, along with behavior. And so that'll give us a true model of being able to support our schools. From there, we are moving a lot of our services into the schools. So we have several behavior intervention classrooms, and our behavior specialists right now are housed in our central office. We need to move our teams closest to the students they need to support. And so that's something that we have already talked a lot about. And then we are looking at different ways to structure that at the school level. I know that from a needs perspective, we are actually at the school level staffed pretty well. I know that's not common for our administrators. We're probably not staffed to the level we need to be, but we are staffed well for how we are funded. And I'm hoping that we can address some of that with TISA so that we can actually get some of the needs we truly need to our schools instead of just saying, based on what you receive, you guys have everything you need. Because with the needs of our students, that's definitely not there. The biggest aspects when I look outside of my vision, I want communication to increase, not just internally, but externally. Our parents can be our biggest advocate, or they can be our biggest adversary. And we have to make sure that we are partnering with them so that they are an advocate for our students and that we are giving their student, we may not always agree, especially on something that is as individualized as each kid's education, but there are ways to move past when a disagreement exists.
Thank you. Next question. Tell us about the most important decision you've made in your last current position. How did you involve the people who would be affected by that decision?
So I struggle with this one. Really, I think it's fine to address some things that didn't go the way that you wanted. I sat right over there in July of 2020 and discussed how distance learning and traditional learning could be done at the same time with everything being fine. And that came from my blind spot of teaching adjunct at Lipscomb, because that is something we had been doing. We very quickly, within the first 3 weeks, realized that was not something that was sustainable for our teachers. We joked about it with our curriculum leads. I apologized to our curriculum leads. I apologized to our principals. That was how we started this school year. So guys, in June of 2020, or July of 2020, I made the most ridiculous comment, because at that point, that's what I knew. And you have to be willing to accept a change. And so what we changed, and the biggest decision involving stakeholders that impacted the most, was changing our approach with distance learning in August of 2020. So instead of doing, yes, we had to have some school level autonomy, we very quickly changed our tune of doing both at the same time while still giving schools some level of autonomy. We asked all of them to create expectations for their teachers and expectations for their students, and then communicate that. We had a broken down structure of here is when to communicate to parents, here's what teachers should expect, here's how long emails, here's how you turn in work, all those different things. Yes, they were different at each school based on what they had, but we were able to involve our curriculum leads, our principals, and our parents. And the other part of that went to, again, as I mentioned, answering each one of those questions. We did several uncomfortable videos. I think I actually sat right there when we had to discuss it with the school board of everything that had gone wrong and how to address each one of those, from devices to platforms. We addressed each one of them. Then I went and did the same thing with the county commission and got drilled on some of those. And then we did a video to our parents. And just being, what I find when it comes to communication, people will be on your side as long as you tell them the truth. They don't always have to like what the truth is, but as long as you will tell them what the truth is and tell them that you have a plan. Our plan wasn't perfect. Nobody had a perfect plan. If we had a perfect plan for instruction during COVID, we all would have done it. But parents appreciated, for the most part, the transparency and how we were talking to them about devices, talking to them about why we had to use platforms, and talking to them about what they should expect from their teachers. And that was a true collaboration amongst everyone.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Holton.
In your administration, what avenues are you open for you to listen to the concerns of employees, students, parents, and the community? And how would you plan to have time available, pardon me, for all involved?
I think any and all avenues are available. I think that goes to kind of how we have led instructionally. When we may not always agree on things that we look at instructionally, but when we are looking at how we communicate, we definitely, of course, always respond to parent concerns. We are looking to meet with parents if needed. Again, that whole open door policy. I wanted to start with the school board because the school board employs the director of schools. I think the first thing, again, is we have to treat each member fairly, and each member has to get all the information that is necessary. We have spent a lot of time, whether it was about staffing, about renovations, we've spent a lot of time that I feel like with essential and effective communication that we could save and all be on the same page. When you are looking at, and I don't think it's any secret, we've had turmoil, and again, I think that's something we have to address. When you have turmoil, all we're doing is hurting our district. Again, we don't always have to agree, but we have to be respectful, and the only way to be respectful is for you to have the information. And so I feel like it's essential that we have one-on-one meetings, but then those information gets shared with all. I think it's essential for the board chair and the director of schools to have an executive meeting before each board meeting so that you can set out what does the board agenda look like. I feel like it's essential that the director of schools gives updates not just on crisis or things that you need to be aware of, but here's what's happening in the district. Something that I've always been told was that over-communication is probably still under-communication. And so continually communicating, I think, is essential. With parents, I feel like we definitely need to start, whether it involves a parent university or just parent partnership, whatever that happens to be. And based on the survey, which gave me a lot of hope, academics are the number one thing our parents are worried about. And so we definitely can do video series about here's where we start with standards, here's where we move into curriculum. We need to work with our schools as well so that we can host different events looking at our standards. Something that never quite got off the ground that we want to get off the ground is parent guides of what each grade level looks like for each certain subject and each different grade level. I think that would help parents know what to expect at each level. For our teachers and our staff, we already have a pretty good established relationship with our teachers and staff, and so they all know that they can contact us at any time and we'll be happy to help. So to kind of sum it up, any and all communications available, whatever it takes, whether it involves, again, some of those not fun conversations that we've all had together and working through challenges like distance learning and charter schools and everything else as we learn together, to the county commission, to being involved in answering all those questions on Facebook during distance learning that were lots and lots and lots of fun. But again, it was our parents needed that information. I do like a video format better because I think messaging can get lost in tone with email. So even if it was just a short update to the school board to know what's going on for this week, I think that's essential.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next question, Mr. Young.
Dr. Sullivan, what are your plans to address learning loss across the district?
Luckily, that's one I'm very involved with. We're looking at learning loss. I think that has a different meaning. We, of course, are nowhere where we want to be with success rate. But I also think when we talk about success rate and proficiency, we have to have a true conversation on what does that mean. The state of Tennessee has changed what proficiency means in each grade level just about every 4 years. And so by the time an elementary school student, for example, what looks proficient for a fifth grader may have not been what looked proficient for when they were in first grade. And when we look at growth, yes, we have to focus on proficiency as well. But when we look at growth, our students absolutely performed well. You have several things of a comparison, and I felt like we need to look at everybody. So if you don't mind going to the district comparison portion of your notebook. The first thing I put on there was the article Fox 17 ran. They contacted us unsolicited because they ran the TVOS numbers themselves on the public site and strictly talked about, and there's a quote on the second page, Rutherford County Schools top level improvement in almost every subject and grade level, especially in elementary and middle schools. That's noticed. And so when we talk about learning loss, our students, despite all those challenges, and kind of going back to your question about involving other stakeholders, despite those challenges with distance learning, our kids still grew from where they were the year before. We are unique in that we have another school district that feeds into us. More than 20% of our kids were not ours the year before, whether that is from Murfreesboro City or Metro Nashville or moving from California, Michigan, and every other state you could ever possibly imagine. We can't necessarily determine how students enter our schools, but we can determine where they are when they leave us. And so when we look at learning loss, we want to make sure that we are looking at a couple different things. This board has already approved high school because the State Department didn't involve high school. We're doing credit recovery in our normal summer schools. I am interested in that summer credit recovery going away because we need to make sure that our students understand what the expectations are for them during the school year. I think we are in somewhat we had to. But in some regards, we have definitely just given them yet another option that you don't need to do anything during the school year. You can get caught up in 4 weeks. And so those are conversations that we need to have. The elementary and middle level, of course, we have our summer bridge camps. We also have our Tennessee All-Core Tutoring it's partnered with Governor Haslam's initiative that he did several years ago. And that is something we're doing K-5, and then we have for 6th, 8th that will begin next year. The other part I think we have to look at is the learning loss that's not academic. And that gets back to the behavioral things to where our students, for some degree, are just doing what they know because they haven't been taught differently. Go back to my son, for example, yesterday. They had a thing at Christian Elementary. My son broke his hand on Friday. And I look out and he is on the playground playing this ridiculous thing called Gaga Ball that I didn't know existed 3 months ago. I didn't have a conversation with him to tell him, hey, you broke your arm, Gaga Ball's not smart. So it's pretty hard for me to get mad at him for going and doing something that I didn't instruct him on. And the same thing goes with the majority of our students. We need to instruct them on what appropriate behavior looks like so that they can make sure that they respond accordingly.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. We are in a crisis point in building for the growth of our county. How will you work with the county commissioners and ask them for our district's building needs and not just what they want to fund?
All right, so that is a challenge that we are going to continue to face, and that is one that I am worried about as well. If we continue to add 2,000 students each year, building one school year isn't enough. Where I do feel like we have some room to make some adjustments, and that is why I know there's been discussion about that other zoning group coming in and providing options. We have open seats in our county. They may not be where everybody lives right now, and they may not be in the zone they wanted to go to, but it is hard for us, at least in my opinion, to ask for extra when we have seats. At the elementary school level, I believe we have 400 or 500 that are at John Coleman. We have several hundred at Kittrell. At the middle school level, we have 200 at Rocky Fork, 200 at Whitworth, probably 400 or 500 at Oakland Middle School. The high school level, we know that we have some at Siegel. We have some seats that, looking at zoning, I feel like we could do things. I know that's not anything the board wants to ever get involved with, and I understand that we, as the board members, you are elected. And so part of my job as well is it has to be that mutual partnership, is that the director of schools is supported by the board, but the director of schools also shouldn't put you in a position to where it is jeopardizing what you stand for. And so we have to be aware of that give and take relationship. But honestly, I feel like it deals with just having those continued conversations with the county commission and advocating for what we need. We aren't choosing growth, and when we are having those difficult conversations, we have a great relationship with the county commission, and we want to make sure we continue that. But I feel like it's more essential that us as a school board and the director of schools have a mutual relationship outside of some of those. We have to be on the same page first before we can present information to anyone else.
Thank you. All right. Next question, Mr. Estes.
Describe a significant change you initiated in your district or school and tell us what evidence you have to show it was a positive change. How did you build support for that change even in the face of opposition?
We actually talked with several of our curriculum leads about this on Tuesday. Today's Thursday. Yeah, on Tuesday. I don't remember what day today was. To me, the biggest thing that we have done that has shown the biggest impact is our curriculum leads. And to give you a little history, we have Title II funds, federal funding, that you guys approve a lot of things for. In the past, Title II funding, for the most part, stayed at the district level. We hosted a summer conference that was great at its time, but it was $300,000 to $350,000 of our Title II budget that went to a summer conference. Then there was an application process. If a school wanted to do something for PD, for professional development, then a school applied for that. Outside of that, quite frankly, we had central office personnel that went to conferences. And that was where our Title II money went. And pretty much as soon as we started taking this position, and I'll tell you my background, I was a Title I principal at Harris Middle School, and I had a professional development line. When I opened Rocky Fork Middle School, I was not a Title I school, and I had nothing for professional development outside of what I applied for. That is a huge issue for schools not being able to have any funds to develop their staff. So we used our Title II funds in two different ways. The first thing we did is we developed curriculum leads this board approved with a purpose to look at curriculum, to develop leadership, and to build a sense of capacity within our district. We are too big of a district for 1, 2, 3, 10 people to lead. We have to develop coherence across our district, and curriculum leads did that. The second thing we were able to do is we used Title II funding and we gave schools an allocation. And so we gave schools an allocation based on their enrollment and based on their pre-introduced lunch percentage. So each principal then, along with their staff, had a fund line item to where they could actually ask for what type of funds their school needed. What success have we had? You have several pages, and I'm, again, not going to go through all this. It's for you to look at. But you have several things for data to compare. If you'll go to the data tab real quick, if you don't mind. We've looked at several of these, but if you will flip over to, it's the very last one that has the scatter plot, the very next page. I'm sorry they're so small, but trying to get them all in there is crazy. So it looks like this. It's the very first page looks like this, and it says TVOS at the top, and then it has Rutherford County, and this is looking at achievement and growth. So you will see what evidence do we have that this was successful. You'll see across the board, except for integrated 3, which we are still at expectation, we are well above where performance is expected. You'll see the Tennessee Department of Education explains a level 5 as significant evidence that the district students made more growth than expected. And so the state gives you an idea of what they expect, and almost across the board, our teachers and students outperformed that. On the next page, I want you to see a comparison over the last couple years. I highlighted in green that last school year, so 2021, and you will see that across the board from every single year, we improved from 2018, 2019 to being nearly at the very top in 2021. And as I've told our curriculum team and as I've told our teachers, I credit a lot of that to our teachers and our curriculum leads that we have. Because once a month we meet, we look at curriculum, we revise curriculum as it's needed, and we discuss how are we going to assess these standards. And it truly empowered our teachers to make the changes they need. I also felt like it was essential for us to compare. So if you will look on the next page, and again, we're not going to go through all of this, there's the saying that we are not Williamson County. And you're right, we don't have the tax base Williamson County is. But as a parent of 2 kids in this district, that should still be what we are striving for. They outperform us by success rate by about 20%. Their poverty rate is at about 3%, while ours is in the 20s. And so unfortunately, when you look at poverty, a lot of times it actually corresponds with your achievement level. But I am not comfortable and I'm not complacent in saying that despite that's their performance, we can't reach that. We absolutely can, and you can see that across the board in growth. We continually compare, if not as good, we compare more favorably than they do in those districts. I included some others as well, and that's in the district comparison, just to give you an idea of what's here. If you'll flip over to district comparison, we compared it to Rutherford County, and again, we're not going to go over this today. I just wanted you to have this because it's a school board member, even if you choose a different candidate, it's good for you to have this information. I wanted you to see for growth, Rutherford County, Williamson County, Hamilton, Knox, Sumner, and Montgomery. We are compared to 4 different districts. We are compared to Metro Nashville and Shelby. Quite frankly, they're not a comparison to us. The state may compare them to us, but that's never our expectation. And so they're not included in this. I included the next comparable districts, and you can see that again that's part of the reason at the front of the finance section I gave you the enrollment. That's sorted by enrollment so you could see. We have growth here, you have achievement. I feel like that's something as a director of schools, we have to be educated together and we need to look at what other districts are doing. They have retention rates for each of these districts. Our retention is not strong. You'll see that on here. Our retention is at or below the state average, and we are performing more poorly than some of our other districts in comparison. I think on this, they have us at 89.1% last year with certified retention. A healthy organization should keep somewhere between 92 to 100%. You're always going to have some type of turnover, and we're not that far off, but I'm terrified of what next year looks like if we don't make some changes.
Thank you. Right. Next question, Ms. Bratton.
How would you work with your board to be effective, make good decisions, and be respected by the community?
That's where I see we as a district probably need to make the biggest gains, and I feel like that's something that can be done quickly. The role of a board is to set policy and help guide our district in law of what needs to be accomplished. And again, regardless of who the board members are, I have worked for 7 different directors of schools in leadership in, I guess, 11 years in leadership. I think it's 10 or 11. I've worked for 7 different directors of schools, and I've seen different good and bad from all of them. And so what is essential is that we learn each other. We learn our new board members, and again, we go through and find how does each board member, what's their preferred style of communication, and that we have an open line of communication. There was a quote that a director of schools said one time that when a board member calls, your family always knows that it's an emergency, and you joke about why is it an emergency? Because if a board member's calling me, it's an emergency about my employment, because if I don't answer it, something bad could happen for me. And so that was something that has always kind of stuck in my mind, is that we have to have that open line of communication. We need to be a united front, even if we don't always agree, that we can move forward and that we'll do what's best for the district. Again, I mentioned part of that is also understanding the unique pressures that are put on you. You're elected by the people. And so you have to be aware of those pressures and that give and take relationship of what are the pressures and what are the constituents asking of you so that you can be supportive. Part of that as well goes to understanding what your unique passion areas are. I know that Ms. Sharp is passionate about the North End. I know that she is passionate. We've talked politics several times over different aspirations. I know Ms. Maxwell is passionate about Riverdale and special education. We have to know each other so that we can address what each one of those, all of you chose to get on the board for a reason. It is my job as the director of schools to help you advocate for whatever that reason you got on the board, but also help advocate our school system as a whole. If we do that, that'll start helping the communication and trust and transparency. The other part of that is just leading. If you are a leader and you are leading with people and being transparent, as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, it's not necessarily that you have all the answers, but sharing where you are and what your plan is to get all the answers is essential to build trust. And then I think we have to be out front. We have to be out front as the leader. I should have started with this, but I also wanted to acknowledge, like Ms. Maxwell did earlier, the situation at Riverdale. Several of us were there earlier. That is not a reflection on our community. That's not a reflection on what goes on each and every day. My heart breaks for them, and prayers, of course, to the whole Riverdale community. That's my zone that I live in. And I think the first thing outside of the parents and the students that you worry about is you worry about your staff. And I know that our administration takes that extremely hard because you think that's a reflection of yourself, and that is in no way, shape, or form. And as a leader, that's something that you have to do to build that respect and build that community that is out there. As we are looking at continually doing that, the director of schools has to execute the policies effectively. And by executing those policies, whether they are in stone or whether they are changing, that's how you build trust and you don't show favoritism.
Thank you. Ms. Maxwell, next question.
Yes, teachers are our most valuable players each day. Sadly, with COVID and other factors, we have seen an all-time high of stress, burnout, and teachers leaving the profession. Describe for the board how you would work with our administrators and teachers to reverse this trend and retain our teachers.
I think we've covered that pretty extensively. So again, just to kind of summarize those is one, look at working conditions. Yes, salary is something we're always going to investigate, but even from my experience as a principal in Bedford County, we were able to recruit quite a few, unfortunately, Rutherford County teachers because of our working conditions, even though we paid less. We have to do really three things. Yes, always look at salary. We continue to improve working conditions, whether that is planning time, whether that's looking at our calendar differently. Williamson County's having a discussion looking at their calendar differently. I know Tullahoma does something different with their calendar. There's options for us to give time for our teachers to be able to work through things. And then the third aspect is just to build pride in our teachers. When we are talking about our community, again, there's a lot of negativity around that. We can't control. Teachers are humans. Teachers, just like in any profession, you're going to have people that make errors, and we have to own those errors. But at the same point, we are not Chicago. We are not Los Angeles. We are not those places that you constantly see over the news. We are Murfreesboro, Smyrna, Laverne, Eagleville, and Rutherford County. A lot of those national narratives that you see, yes, we have to make sure that's not the case here, but we also have to realize we have a very diverse student body. We have a very diverse parent representation. And even if we don't agree, we have to be respectful of all of them and continue to do that by building our pride in our teachers instead of attacking our teachers, I think is essential.
Thank you. Can you, how would you utilize the expertise of your staff to create an atmosphere in the schools that will lead to educational excellence?
I think that is the hallmark of any successful leader, is how you utilize staff. You will see in some of those district comparisons, if you will look at it, I know that our central office has grown. We've grown as a district. Our schools have grown. We are extremely lean when it comes to other comparable districts. And so what does that mean? It means we have to entrust our people to do the jobs that they need to do each and every day. And how does that happen? One, you have to give them the understanding that it's okay to take risks, that it's okay that if you mess up, unless it's illegal, then we have to deal with it, of course. But if you are taking risks to improve your school and improve outcomes for your students, then we have to be able to know that that's how we do things differently. Like during COVID, more than anything, it showed us that we can do things differently and still be effective in how we operate and provide different opportunities for our students. Virtual meetings are a huge opportunity that for our parents, have really helped us be able to advocate for our parents. I think outside of just the entire culture, you can go back and look at a hallmark of our leadership, and that's really what we've done, whether that was at Harris, at Rocky Fork, or here at our central office in curriculum and instruction. That's how we lead. You build frameworks, you communicate clearly, then you over-communicate that clarity, and then you have that open relationship with common expectations. And then you address those common expectations when they are not upheld. Big one for me is just blanket statements. And I can think back to as a principal when you would have a staff member send a blanket statement to a faculty that really should have just been addressed to one person, and the majority of your staff's going, "Oh dear Lord, what did I do?" And that probably wasn't any of the people that was addressed to. And when something like that happens, you have to go address those issues when they happen. And I call that an error correction. You have an error in a value that your district has established, and you have to go correct that.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Holden.
Dr. Sullivan, how do you plan on keeping our teachers safe?
I think that goes back to starting first with that code of conduct like we mentioned. Again, it should never be an expectation that a teacher should be or a kid's going to do things unprovoked sometimes, sure, but when you have a pattern or a trend, then those are things you have to address. Something else that you've seen nationwide is a lack of use. Sometimes students have to be expelled. Is that going to hurt you on a graduation rate? Is that going to hurt you on accountability? Absolutely. But again, if I go back to we have to have teachers in the classroom and other kids have to learn, those are things as a district and as a director of schools you have to be willing to stand by and be willing to do, so that I hate it for that child, but if we have a student that we're continuing, there has to be a different way. If they're served under an IEP, there has to be different ways for us to serve that kid so that our teachers aren't fearful for not only their careers, but more importantly, their lives, and our other students aren't being disrupted as well.
Thank you. Next question. Mr. Young.
Dr. Sullivan, why do you want this position?
So, and I'm not going to look at notes for that because I can just talk for a minute. That is a different way of interviewing, knowing the questions beforehand, for sure. When you are looking at why would I want this position, outside of being a principal, I have never really looked for a position. What I like to do and who I am is I like to lead. I like to help others, and I constantly believe in the common good. What I find, again, is that most people want what is the best for those that they serve. A lot of times we get lost in the minutia of all the problems that happen, and we don't have that positive focus on the things that are happening. Right now, I see us, and I hate to say in a crisis, but we are as a district not in a good spot when it comes to communication, when it comes to coherence. And you have to be aware of what your strengths are. 4 years ago, would this have been a position I applied for? Probably not. Let's say I had the same experience. 4 years ago, I probably would not have applied for this position. What I see that we as a district need now is we need communication, we need trust, we need someone who can bring people together and rally around a common goal and take us to the next level. And who knows how long that time in my life is for me. But I'm confident that we can do those things and continuing our academic results and then utilizing the strengths of our teachers. I feel like it's essential someone is supporting our teachers, and we have done that from the beginning in speaking for our teachers, but also being able to value our parents and our community members. And so for me, it just goes back to I want to lead, and I feel like my leadership style can help our district not only forward academically, but probably more importantly, help us forward in public perception and trust and transparency and in communication.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Sharp.
Okay, Dr. Sullivan, what are your plans to engage and deepen relationships with parents? What part or input should they have in choosing curriculum?
Yeah, great question. So for parents, again, I have that unique perspective that I am one of two of our own kids in this district. And I don't know the last time we had a director of schools apply that had parents in the school district, but I get to see things from both levels. I see things from the overview, but I also see things even with our EL curriculum for at elementary school level, the positives and the negatives. I see them both in all levels. The first thing that we need to do is when we talk about our parents, we have to do a lot of education around what is truly controllable and what is not controllable. Our job as educators, and I know this is a huge portion of the public narrative, students shouldn't know our political affiliations, they shouldn't know our beliefs. That's nothing that should ever come forefront. If we have things where that happens, we need to address those things because that's not appropriate. When involving curriculum, again, we have to keep in mind that our main focus is our standards. We don't have necessarily as much say as I would love for us to say in choosing curriculum. We are about to go through a math adoption that gives us a great opportunity to educate our parents. And some of you, it may be the first time, we will have new board members by that time, it'll be the first time that they go through a math adoption. And I think that'll be eye-opening to see what is truly controllable at the local level and what's not controllable at the local level. And so that will be good for our parents to be able to see as well. As far as involved in the curriculum, we have to also keep in mind what one parent finds controversial, another does not. And that is why we have our policies. And when we have things that can be controversial, we have to give parents that option to seek out something else. But that is something that as a district and a curriculum team and administrators and school boards and parents involved, that we absolutely can look at and see, is this something that needs to be addressed? I go back to a middle school principal, and we in 2011-12, when social studies had a new textbook adoption, and we went through Islam. Again, that was something that was very hot and heavy, but those were things that as a principal you had to direct because that was the standard the state gave you to address. That was not a fun conversation for this board either with different members, and you have to be willing to go and discuss those things with parents and educate about what is appropriate, how do we do this, and how do we value all. And so yes, parents are an active part, and I think this new textbook math adoption will give us a great opportunity to be able to educate and bring all.
Thank you. We have 2 final questions. Give an example of when you've changed your mind and taken a different course of action as a result of listening to others.
Yeah. So there's a lot. I think that's a hallmark of any good leader, is being able to see when things are working and when things are not. And I will go back to the best example being the distance learning example, because that impacted the most people. Knowing very quickly that what we were doing 3 weeks in was not working for our parents, it was not working for our students. I will tell you, I wholeheartedly wanted to toe the line, if you will, of here's what we said that we were going to do, we need to provide consistency, but it quickly we realized that was not the approach that we needed to take. And so we had to back off of teachers doing both, trying to go through of parents, making sure that we could be successful in whatever method meant for them. And again, I think our results speak for ourselves. So without going ad nauseum talking about that entire distance learning example again, that was the one that impacted not only our teachers, it impacted our students, it impacted our community, it impacted our parents, it impacted everyone.
Thank you. Final question, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. What are your plans to work with the Sheriff's Office to get our district better coverage with our SROs?
So that's a unique challenge in that we don't fund our SROs. And so I think there's a couple different things we can look at. I've been blessed to have amazing SROs in my career, from this county to other counties. Rutherford County has, from the beginning, been a trendsetter in SROs. And what we have to remember with our SROs is how much of a vital impact they have. They are not only providing community and safety for our schools, but they're also a huge role model for our students. You know, our SROs a lot of times are serving, we'll take a high school, for example. They may be serving as the community and support bigger than an entire sheriff's department for some towns. And that's what we're tasking them with being. I think we have a couple different avenues to look at. One, we have to continue to have that open conversation with our sheriff's department. We realize they're in the exact same boat. Support for law enforcement nationwide is not strong. Morale is low. And that is definitely what we are seeing as well, unfortunately. My grandfather was an NYPD detective and police officer, so it's something that hits home as well. But when you are looking at how can we do things, I understand in the past it used to be that our people that went to become SROs received they were paid differently. It was a different pay scale. That is no longer the case, and that's outside of our necessary control, and I understand that, because if you are looking from a community aspect, they have to have enough patrolmen, enough people for the jails. It's truly a crisis that we have there as well. I'd be interested in talking with the Sheriff's Department and also looking at it with this board. Do we pay them differently? Do we look at that for our own perspective? Do we stipend that position so that we can offset some of that to make it a position that is definitely one that people are looking for? These are people that I believe they have to have at least 2 or 3 years on patrol. They have to go to the NASRO training, and so they're getting extra training, but not necessarily any extra compensation for that training. And so whether that is something we look at from a district perspective, we look at from a stipend perspective, and again, continue just to show the need and the purpose of what our SROs truly do.
Thank you. That is all the questions that we have in advance. Are there any additional questions or clarification that members of the board would like Dr. Sullivan to address? Now would be a good time. No? Okay. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry that I was between lunch, man.
Okay, members of the board, Ms. Hopkins, is now a good time for lunch, to break for lunch? Okay. Okay, so let's break for lunch. I don't know how much time we had allocated before. An hour?
An hour, I think it was an hour.
Okay. So we will return at 1 o'clock for our final applicant. Thank you. All right, we'll return from our lunch recess. And Mr. Reed, would you please share with Dr. Ash our afternoon?
Okay.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your patience as we worked through the day. We are going to ask questions. I'm going to get this right this time because I got it wrong last time. We're going to ask questions by order of our zone. My mic's on? You're fine. By order of our zones in reverse. So 7 will go first. Mr. Estes will ask the first question of the day.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. First question, do you believe there is evidence that frequent standardized testing at the elementary level is enhancing academic growth and not just measuring it?
I do think we test quite a bit too much in public education. I do think there is a place for it. I've been in education a long time. I've been when testing was designed to help the teachers get better. I do think it has become a little bit of a gotcha thing where we set our teachers up for quite a bit of stress on it. I think our students are starting to fear testing. I think our teachers probably benefit more from the benchmark testing that they prepare on their own. I think it gives them a quicker result. One of the problems we have with standardized testing is we don't get our scores back in a timely manner. TBAS a lot of times is not updated until the middle of the following year. And by that time, we've had the students in class for a while. We know quite a bit about them. The information that their teachers could have gleaned over the summer is a little bit out of date. I have no problem at all being held accountable. I think testing does hold you accountable. But the amount of money and time we put into testing, I'm not real sure we're getting return for that. I do think, like I said earlier, I do think testing has a place in education, but I think it needs to be studied and perhaps modified somewhat. 2 weeks for testing, that's 2 weeks teachers didn't teach. That's 2 weeks kids didn't learn. They proved they learned. I equate testing, though, to like a game in sports. It shows what you did in practice. And I do think there is a place for testing, but we really need to study and see what we can do to make it more productive and not quite so time-consuming and expensive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Bratton.
Long-range planning is essential for a school system. Outline your first 3 months as a director, telling the board what you hope to accomplish and why. What are your goals for this time period, and how do you plan to achieve them? How do you plan to measure the success of these goals?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, there are a lot of practical things that will have to be done early on. We have open positions that need filling, but I hope by the end of the third month I will have visited each and every school. I would have met with the teachers and staff and got input from them. I need to take the time to be familiar with the budget completely and also the board's goals. I do think the board and the central office put a lot of effort into the development of y'all's 21-22 RCS strategic plan. We should always be willing to review that and update it, but I don't think the new director needs to come in and try to make unilateral wholesale changes to that. I mean, that was developed at the board direction. I feel like the best way to start any job or project is to gather as much information from as many people as I possibly can. I'd like to meet with each board member individually. I'd like to get a feel for your philosophy of education, why you chose to be on the board, what your priorities are. I'd like to meet with the sheriff to learn about his feelings about the SRO program and how we can help make it better. I'd like to get a meeting with the county mayor and the commissioners to learn more about them and their philosophy toward education. We really need to begin developing a sense of trust among all these people early on. I think that we've not always had the commission's trust, and I think that's a great place to start. Some of the most important people I'd like to learn from are our teachers. There should be a way or a better way for teachers to have more input on things we're doing. I'd like to know what their concerns are, what their needs are. You know, this is a large county, and every school has its own particular needs. I'd like to meet with every principal, determine what each school needs and how we can serve that school better. It also will be a time to evaluate every department at the central office. I will need help with this and input. As I said earlier, teachers, administrators, parents, they all should weigh in on what works and what doesn't. I want to determine our needs at the central office, how we can be more productive, more efficient. One of the earliest programs I'd like to start addressing is our mental health support for our students and staff. This is a vital area. I'm going to mention it several times with the questions. You know, I'm a big believer in trying to solve problems before they occur. I think we need a comprehensive plan to address mental health needs of our students and staff at all grade levels. I think that's vital to our future. And we're going to have to quit, making excuses and make some tough decisions on staffing and improve our mental health support. It is expensive, and it's not a classroom teacher, but it certainly makes their job easier. It also is what's best for our students, which should be all of our decision. Every decision should be based on that. And as far as seeing whether it's effective or not, what you check on is what you consider important. And, I have been lucky to work for many great people. Mr. Gill really, truly believed in PLCs, and he checked on them each and every day. And we did them. I think if we check on things, they will get accomplished. The way to measure what you're meeting is you monitor them. And if you're meeting your goals, you will know. We also need to make sure our stakeholders understand what we're trying to accomplish and what success looks like in that. We need to treat each day as an opportunity to serve our students. We really need to build relationships, and we need to start that at the very beginning.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Maxwell.
Hello, sir. If you found and observed a department facing critical leadership deficiencies, internal conflict, and major staffing shortages, what steps would you take to address the problem? And can you give a specific example of how you've handled this in the past?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, you identify what the problem is. You work with stakeholders, you work with that department, you work with people who deal with that department, and you clearly identify what the problem is. Then you work with the leadership of that department to develop an improvement plan on how you are going to address the shortcomings. You then give them the support they need to try to fix the problem. And you check on whether you're fixing the problem. You follow up on it. You stay on top of it. And if the problem gets fixed, you move on. If the problems don't get fixed, you look for a different leadership person. Once again, tough decisions have to be made all the time. Our students are too important to allow anything to not work to its full potential. And if a department is not serving our students as well as it should, we need a different structure, a different person, or completely redo the department if it needs to be. But you do have to follow up on those things and stick with it and make sure that your plan for improvement is being followed. As far as in the past, I've had to replace different things. We've had to restructure departments that weren't accomplishing things. Obviously, on a smaller scale, sports programs, you had to fire coaches and had to replace coaches with other people and change what we're doing. But I'm a firm believer, too, that you are very clear with your expectations and you let someone know what they're doing wrong and give them an opportunity to fix it before just removing the person out of hand.
Thank you. How would you utilize the expertise of your staff to create an atmosphere in the schools that will lead to educational excellence?
Well, I've always felt like one of my greatest strengths is hiring people. I mentioned that a couple times in my answers. I have a tremendous staff at Central, and I did at Christiana as well. I feel like I will do a great job of hiring people for my staff up here. And part of hiring people is trusting them and setting them up to be successful. Provide the training they need and take advantage of their expertise. I've been a middle school principal. I've been a high school principal. I have taught classes for MTSU on elementary curriculum, but I've never worked in a true elementary school. And so I will need people around me that are experts on that. I feel like one of the roles of a leader is to truly examine myself, identify my strengths, my weaknesses, and then support my weaknesses with the people around me. I do think it's extremely important to get people that have the skills that I don't, and to trust them and listen to them. One of the hard things about delegating is living with the results sometimes, but if you're going to delegate, you have to trust the results. I do think getting the best people in place to begin with and then allowing them to do their job.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Holden.
Yes, so Dr. Ash, what are your plans to reduce the disparity in our schools, especially those that are in the northeast part of the county?
Well, some of the happiest days of my life were spent at Laverne High School. So I've always had a soft spot in my heart for that area. And I hate to say it, but we haven't always treated that area the way we should have. When I taught there, when I was assistant principal there, at times it was obvious. We are going to have to look at how we staff. Staffing should be based on student needs, and students with higher needs need additional staffing. And I don't know that we have accomplished that. The state now puts out reports that shows what each school spends per child. That should be studied to make sure that we are equitably handing out our meager amount of money. We can't afford to waste any money. Not only do we need to fund the schools appropriately, we need to make sure we're spending it correctly. There's a lot of title money that goes to the north end. We need to make sure it's being handled the best way it possibly can be. We need to make sure that we aren't just buying the latest, greatest thing, but we're buying the most effective things. But we truly need to examine all of how we deal with things. We don't want political influence to determine where money goes. And I think sometimes in the past, certain areas, because just the way things work, have been supported to a greater amount. And we have to, once again, base everything on what the needs of our students are, not, anyway. The new funding formula from the state will add additional funds for at-risk kids for many different reasons. We really need to be diligent in ensuring that that money is going the way it was intended. The North End was very special to me. I was there for several years. They have wonderful people who support their schools and want what's best for their children, and their children deserve the same thing that the kids at Central or Oakland or Riverdale deserve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Young.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ash. Trey Lee has been working with our deferred maintenance issues. We're at $200 million. And he developed a list a few years ago to identify what those needs are. Unfortunately, the issue is we're $200 million behind. What would you do to help correct that issue?
Well, I think for too many years, we have put things off and I've had several projects at Central that were approved, and then because of emergencies at other schools had to be postponed. Basic maintenance, replacing air conditioning, replacing roofs. We have robbed Peter to play Paul for several years. I think we're spending about $8 million a year on maintenance, which sounds like a huge sum of money, but from what I understand, we need about $17 million a year. So every year we're going to go into the hole doing that. You don't want to say money is always the first answer, but in this case, it's probably the only answer. If a roof leaks, roof's got to be fixed. That's not a choice, that's not an option, there's not a cheap way to do that, that's a good way. We have to have the money. So I think one of the things to do is start looking at ways to get the money. We need the money from different sources because that's going to be the only solution is to eventually do these maintenance things. I'm lucky enough to have you air conditioning Central this year, which we really appreciate. It probably should have been done years ago, but once again, kept getting put off. The Industrial Development Board's in charge of making recommendations to relieve taxes on businesses, to attract businesses. They have the ability to leave the school part in. That seldom occurs. We attract businesses by giving tax breaks, and we can ask them to continue paying the sales of this education part. That would be a source of money that would not be a burden to the taxpayers of Rutherford County. I think that's a good place to start. We have to pursue every opportunity to prove we're problem solvers. There are many grants for schools. These range from strictly infrastructure grants to energy saving. We've talked over the last few years about LED lights at every school. There's grants for that. The good thing about that is the gift that keeps on giving. If we replace all the lights in Rutherford County with LED lights, we would save about 4% a year on a huge energy bill. That money could then be spent somewhere else. We need to look. We have air conditioning units that are 30 and 40 years old that are costing us a great deal over the long haul. And so we really need to look at upgrading as we replace things and save that money. As a last resort, we're going to need additional funds from the commission. And that's where we get most of our money. As most people know, it's much cheaper to continue preventive maintenance than it is to replace things. Most people change the oil in their car on a regular basis. Makes your car last much longer. If you do preventive maintenance, we can make our buildings last longer. Nobody wants to start replacing schools. We're going to get, probably not in my time, but we're going to get in a few years to where it's time to start looking at replacing buildings. That's hard to do in a system growing as fast as we do. But the school I'm currently in opened in 1950. Because of good maintenance, I think it's still going strong, and we have several years left. We've got to keep looking at maintenance as an investment. We can't have kids with roofs leaking around them. That's not an option. That's not a solution. That's not even possible. maintenance does have a return on the investment. And I think we're gonna have to sell the public and the commission on why we need this money for maintenance. You know, we're not making the schools more attractive necessarily, we're making them functional.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Next question, Ms. Sharp.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ash. What is your plan for students that cause continual classroom disruption?
Well, you know, I do think that goes back to the mental health aspect. I think one thing we do there is we wait too long to address it. You know, by the time a child's in a middle school or a high school, we should already have an idea that they do have some issues and they need help. The parents need help. We have got to start targeting, especially at the earlier ages, you know, problems before they occur to help that. It is a huge problem. The state has made it more and more difficult to suspend children. We need to work with our legislators to come up with common sense approaches to that. You know, it is state law, a lot of this. But no child should be allowed to interfere with the educational process of another child. We're going to have to be creative in how we deal with this. We're going to have to look, you know, you don't like to think of alternative schools as a first step, but we've not opened an alternative school since we built Blackman High School. And I think we're amazed it's full. Well, we've added 25,000, 30,000 students since then. They just don't have the capacity to deal with what we need. So we're going to have to look at the discipline code. We need to really examine which children we need at the alternative school and which children we can work with in-house a little better. This is a huge issue. It goes to classroom safety, which is one of the other questions. I'll try to stay out of that one. But, you know, our teachers have an incredibly difficult job, and we can't make it more difficult for them. We also, you know, owe it to our other students to make sure they have a safe environment. If a school classroom is not safe, there is no learning. And so we have to fix that. And this will take a lot of options and honestly a lot of courage in dealing with. But once again, we've got to increase our mental health support for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Estes.
Okay. What is your vision for the future of RCS's CTE programs?
I do think CTE is extremely important. CTE classes, both, I think they increase the interest of the students in school as a whole. I think they increase our graduation rate. It gives kids something to focus on. One of the things we're going to have to make sure we're doing is staying up to date. We need our programs to appeal to today's job market. We've always had a great relationship with the businesses in town. We need to continue listening to them, see their needs. We need to make sure that we are, I hate to say 21st century, we're pretty far into that, but we do need to make sure we're teaching 21st century skills that are needed now. I'd like to see us expand more into the middle schools. The state has some money earmarked to expand the programs into the middle schools. I think the quicker we can get children exposed to the programs we offer, the more they will find their place in the world. CTE, we have good programs. I think sometimes we need to look and see how many programs we have for the non-college based child who are going to post-secondary. I think sometimes a lot of our CTE programs require a college degree after they finish. We also need to make sure we have high expectations for every child. I'm a firm believer that students reach whatever you expect. If we cannot allow our CTE programs to have lesser expectations. They should have high expectations too. And so we need those students, to reach and be challenged. But I do think CTE is integral. I'd like to see it grown. I'd like to see it, once again, in the middle school especially. But we need to make sure it's funded correctly. We need to make sure that we continue supporting it the way we should.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Bratton.
What are your plans for improving morale amongst teachers, staff, and administrators? How do you foresee rewarding employees at every level for their dedication and loyalty to the Rutherford County school system? And what benefits would you suggest for our long-term employees?
Well, I think the first step to improve morale is to treat all members of our school system with respect. The number of instances where our system fails or finds ways to disrespect our employees seems to be increasing. Pretty often I run into something that where we just show complete disrespect for a person, and that's got to stop. We have to treat people with respect. We must remember any school system is only as good as its teachers and staff. They're the heart and soul of Rutherford County schools. We've got to find ways to make them feel appreciated. We got to also trust our teachers to be excellent. We must find the right balance between trust and accountability. We're becoming a much more top-down school system. And I've done this a long time, and that doesn't work. It seems like more and more we're telling our teachers and our administrators how to do each step. If we do a good job in hiring and training, we will have great people and they'll do what's right. A person wants to be trusted and treated as a true professional. An important aspect of morale is also having staff know that you take their problems seriously and that their problems are important. When problems arise, we've got to address them promptly and effectively. Teachers and administrators also need to know that if they follow policies and procedures, we have their back, that we're going to support them. Too often, we go into things with the assumption that the teacher's wrong, and I don't completely understand that. We've got to believe in our own people. Obviously, paying us more would raise my morale. I can't speak for everyone, but I do think a higher pay would certainly make us feel better. And this is not just for teachers, but it's our staff as well. I see signs all over Murfreesboro talking about $14, $15 an hour, which is more than a custodian starts at in this county. We've got to find ways to improve that. We cannot keep taking our staff for granted. We're going to have to reward them. Over the next few years, the state has promised, we'll see, substantial raises for all teachers. We don't need to take this as a time off where we say the state's raising money, we don't have to. We need to treat this as an opportunity where we can raise our county portion of pay and start attracting the best and brightest, or continue attracting the best and brightest. I apologize. I'd also like to see you were talking about rewarding our employees. I'd like to see pay bumps in our pay scale for being in Rutherford County. We pay more if you're here 10 years or if you're in education 10 years. But what if you served all those years in Rutherford County? I've been in this county 20-something years. Reward that. And it doesn't have to be millions of dollars. I wish it could. But just to show that we do notice and we do appreciate what you're doing. We should reward that commitment to Rutherford County. I'd also like to find ways to provide opportunities for teachers to receive compensation for additional training, national certifications, things like that. Once again, money's not always the answer, but with teachers, we're going to have to do something or we're going to be lonely. We have a major shortage right now, and we have a major shortage of everything. You know, we can't get EAs, we can't get custodians. I had we've got to find a way to fill our subs. I had 2 teachers out today at school with subs. One was filled, one wasn't. 50% is not great. And, I mean, stating the obvious here, I mean, people like to sub at my school. And we can't get subs. Well, somebody had to cover those classes. And we certainly don't ever make. We ask for volunteers, and we're lucky and we have great volunteers. But that hurts the morale of the teachers. We have got to find a way to free up more time for the teachers. I think honestly, most teachers, if you ask them if they wanted more money or more time, they'd pick time. We've got to find ways to give them time to be as good as they can be. I think some of the benefits, changing the insurance, I think is a very positive thing. I believe we're going to be able to save the teachers some money. And I believe we're going to be able to recruit more experienced teachers who are closer to retirement that couldn't stay in Rutherford County 20 years to keep our insurance, but maybe can stay the 7, or already own the state insurance and just are continuing. So I do think that's an excellent move. I think we're going to have to look at daycare again. I've got a teacher right now who had her second child this year who is having to make a tough decision. She's deciding whether she's going to stay home or continue teaching. Breaks my heart. She's the kind of teacher we want in schools. But when you start doing the math on 2 children's daycare, she's not going to be making any money. She also can't find daycare that she approves of. I can't fault her for having high standards with her children. But, you know, it works in other systems. We looked into it briefly here, Ms. Bratton, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and we couldn't make it financially feasible. But it works in other systems. I'm a big believer if we do it, if everybody does it this different way and everybody else does it a different way than we do, we probably did it wrong. There's got to be a way to make that work, and that would be a great way to attract teachers and improve morale. I mean, it would improve mine if I had daycare at my school. I love little children. But I think we need to continue little things like making sure our 403B offerings are quality. We need to also do a better job of explaining our benefits to our employees. Most of our employees can't explain most of our benefits. We don't do a good job of that. And I'd also like to see us look at the supplement table. Most counties offer more academic supplements than we do. And, you know, if we're going to keep asking teachers to give up their time, we're going to have to find a way to reward it a little bit. And no, we can never pay them what they're worth. I hear that a lot. Well, it's not what they're worth. No, it's not. But every little bit helps. Every little bit, and it makes them feel appreciated. And I think that's a lot of it. I know it may sound like a broken record, but we have to. But listening to our teachers is important. It's vital. What I think is important is not nearly as meaningful as what the teachers think is important. I truly believe that nothing in education is more important than quality teachers. It doesn't matter what we do, whether we have new technology, new programs, all those things, it all comes back to the teacher. We either have great ones or we don't. If we have great ones, we're going to have great schools. They are the center of our effectiveness. It doesn't amaze me that in these rapidly changing times, the one thing that stays constant is the teacher. If you're a great teacher and you're on block schedule, you're a great teacher. If we change to straight schedule, you're a great teacher because you're a great teacher. Over COVID, I watched some of the best people in the world. We would change things and move things around, and they'd shrug their shoulders and be great teachers. We've got to we've got to strive to let them know how important that is to us. Morale is vital. We need to spend time investigating why teachers leave Rutherford County, and also why they don't come to begin with. We have a great university in our backyard. Let's utilize it to do research. Over the years, we have tried to do exit interviews before, but I've never seen the data properly used. We gather the data, and then it goes in a file somewhere, and we say, oh, look at us, we did exit interviews. When you gather data, that's the first step. You've got to utilize it. And we need to look at what is attractive and what's not. We need to look at our teachers that have come here. Why'd you pick Rutherford County? What can we do to get the next teacher to come here? What can we do to keep you here? I'm a big believer, good morale is not one thing, it's countless things. It's not there's not one magic bullet. It is treating people with respect. At its most basic, I think the way to have good morale is treat people the way they should be treated.
Thank you. Ms. Maxwell, next question.
Yes. Special education is constantly changing and growing its population in RCS. How do you plan on working with parents and students exponentially in our system to make sure all of our children's needs are met? What is your vision for special education in Rutherford County schools?
Well, first of all, I don't know that we train real well with special ed. I think we do have some issues there, and they desperately do need to be addressed. I don't think our teachers are necessarily trained well to handle some of the students with special needs. I don't think we have the consistency across the schools. At Central, we get kids from pretty much every school. And, I see IEPs where one school's giving certain services and one school's giving completely different services for the same issues. These children face an uphill battle to begin with. And, we have to do whatever we can to help them with that battle. I think sometimes we choose what's easiest and maybe not what's best. And I think this is another opportunity, I think, where we can do training of parents to help them. If a child's having a lot of issues at school, they're probably having a lot of issues at home too, and a lot of parents want to help but don't have the skills. I would like to see us expand those workshops we do to help parents at home. I do think, I'm a big believer in every child getting what they need, high and low. I think we need to look at, are we serving our high achieving learners as well as we should? We will serve almost every child, but not necessarily our high ones. But special ed needs to be evaluated probably top to bottom, and some changes are going to need to be made there. It's hard to get special ed teachers. I do have a lot of respect for them. They are some of the most caring people you'll ever meet in your life. They have to be. But our students deserve everything they need, and we have to find a way to do that. And I do think, once again, starting with better training for our teachers, starting with a better understanding of what's available, what's not. I think sometimes we go into IEPs and parents think, well, you just ask for it and you get it. Some things aren't necessary. Some things aren't appropriate. And we do need to do what's appropriate for that child. The goal of special ed is to get a child out of special ed. That's always been the goal. And I've not seen the percentages, but I don't know that we're doing a lot of that. You know, we should teach children to overcome and cope. And, you know, certain children obviously can't. I'm not saying every child, but, you know, learning disabilities, things like that, we're supposed to catch them up and cycle them out. And we're not doing that. So I do think that's a start to look and see how we could do a better job of getting children to the level where they don't need the services.
Thank you. Can you tell us about the most important decision you've made in your last or current position? How did you involve the people who would be affected by that decision?
I think the most important decision I make in any position ever is the hiring process. Once again, you got to get great people on the bus. And I do think that in any job is the most important thing you do, is who you surround yourself with. And we do take a lot of input from a lot of people. My parents at Central are very involved. They enjoy coming to school and being involved. And we certainly welcome that. But that's probably the most important decision I make, is hiring and getting input from as many people as we can. You know, we let our department chairman interview. We try to involve as many stakeholders as we possibly can in all of our decisions.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Holden.
How do you plan on keeping our teachers safe?
Well, school safety obviously is vital. If a person, as I said earlier, if a person's not safe, if everyone involved is not safe, there is no learning. I think we do a great job of school safety. You know, I do think we probably have not done as good a job on classroom safety. You know, we have plans for active shooters, we have plans for tornadoes, we have plans for fire. I don't know that we've planned enough for that student that has issues, has a bad day. You know, I do think we need to look at what our response is. I think the utilization of technology to give our teachers a little more confidence that if something bad happens, they can notify somebody in a short amount of time. With phones in the rooms, intercoms have went away, and so there's not that panic button anymore at most schools. I think, with current technology, that shouldn't be a problem, and we need to try to utilize that. Teachers need the support of their administration and the central office. They should not be put in a situation where they feel unsafe. I know that sounds simplistic, but we have to support our people. Once again, if a child is causing a lot of problems at school, they're probably causing a lot of problems at home as well. And I think increasing our workshops, our training of parents, because that parent probably, in my experience, has quite a few of the same fears as the teacher. And they don't know how to cope with it either. So I do think increasing training on everyone is a good plan. But we need plans for how we're going to respond when a situation arises in a classroom, because sadly it does. That's sadly a more common occurrence than we like to say. And it's becoming younger and younger. When I was younger, second, third graders didn't do these things. That's not true anymore. We need a lot more mental health support. We need to increase what we're doing to support our students and our teachers with mental health support. We also need that teacher to know that we're there for them, that we are going to support them, we are going to take care of them, and that if they have a problem, we're going to do everything we can to solve it.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Young.
Dr. Ash, what are your plans to address the learning loss across the district?
Well, learning loss, there has been quite a bit of learning loss. We already have several quality programs in place for learning loss. And I have lost that completely, so I will do that from memory. We have summer programs, we have after-school programs, we have spent our ESSER money to try to address that. I think we need to continue those things. Again, I think we should look at other districts and see what they're having is successful. I think sometimes everybody wants to invent stuff. I coached a long time and we borrowed things from other people. And I think sometimes you can look at what other people are doing and having great success and cut out that problems. But I also think we need to be careful about the number of positions we keep hiring with ESSER money because it's going to run out. And we're going to end up having to find a way to fund a lot of positions out of the general budget. ESSER has a couple more years and there won't be any more, well, who knows. Theoretically, there won't be any more ESSER money. And we have a lot of positions funded with it. I also think, though, this is an opportunity where we need to take some responsibility for our test scores. Our success rate on our last report card was, I think, 34.7%. That's not acceptable. Now, yes, some of that was caused by COVID, but I don't know that we were above 50% before. We do a lot of comparing ourselves to other districts. Well, district our size, we're this, that, and the other. That's not my goal. My goal is not to beat Chattanooga or Clarksville. My goal is that the 50,000 students in Rutherford County get the best education they possibly can. And 30-something% success rate isn't acceptable. I don't care what Metro does. Sometimes we get so caught up, though, with 50,000 students that we get overwhelmed. Education is not about 50,000. Education is about one. If we educate each and every child to the best of our ability, it'll take care of the 50,000. We have got to look at what we're doing and why we're not more than half our kids at grade level. I'm a firm believer that any structure, the foundation is the most important part. I truly believe we need to look at our K-3 reading program. When a child leaves third grade, they should be able to read very well for comprehension. I worked for a superintendent who that was his focus, and I think he did a great job of it. We have got to look at putting the resources into our lower grades and making sure, if nothing else, they read well when they leave third grade. Reading is central for every other subject, and including math now. It is vital, and we really need to look from the bottom up on how we're doing things. You know, we talk a lot about we're five growth and all that, and that's a testament to our teachers. I mean, I'm very proud of how hard our teachers work to get those fives, but we've got to get our kids reading at grade level. We've got to get our kids doing math at grade level. And saying that we beat Clarksville, that's just not, to me, what I'm looking for. That's not, I just don't think that's a good attitude toward education. We have got to raise our children up. They deserve it. So, anyway.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Sharp.
Dr. Ash, in our county, we are at a crisis point in our building for our massive growth. How will you work with the county commissioners and ask them for our district's building needs versus what they want to fund?
Well, I think the way to develop good relationships with anyone is to be open and honest. I think that most of the commission appreciates the needs of our school system, and they want to provide the funds for us. I think we need to appreciate the political constraints that face them. They run on tax increases, and that is the politics of the world. I don't always agree with it, but I understand their point of view. We need to ensure that we're good stewards of public funds. We can't afford to waste anything we do get. We've got to be clear in expressing our students' needs. It's our job sometimes to educate the public not only on what we need, but why we need it. And I don't think we've done a good job of that. The first answer to all questions is not more money. After a lot of trial and error, sometimes it is the final answer. But we need to make sure we tried as many solutions as possible first. I think if we have an open and honest relationship and we demonstrate our intent to be problem solvers, they will be more likely to fund what we need. I think it's important to continue to showcase the efficient and productive investment that the taxpayers are making in Rutherford County schools. We need to celebrate our successes and demonstrate that they're getting an incredible return on their investment. I mean, the growth in Rutherford County is undeniable. You can't drive anywhere in the county and not see new construction, and also an amazing amount of traffic. I don't know. Everyone talks about how wonderful growth is. They don't have to go home across town. Just for common sense, this has caused an incredible growth in the school system as well. These people are moving to town with children. And I think if you ask them why they moved to town, school system is going to be one of their first answers. You know, that's driving us. But our number of portables was never envisioned. I cannot believe 20 years ago when they started with 30, Ms. Bratton, when they started with portables, they thought we would have the number we have now. I mean, it's incredible, and it's not a good way to educate kids. We also have several floating teachers, and if you've never been in a school, you don't understand what that means, but a teacher has a different room every period. That's a horrible way to educate. It's also, going back to morale, a horrible way to keep teachers. It doesn't work. Teachers aren't available for kids between classes. They can't get comfortable during the day. They're sprinting down the hall in their little cart. It is not a good educational system. We have got to build schools. I mean, that is an obvious thing. Or add classrooms, I guess is a better way to put it. But, you know, I do think Rutherford County is growing very quickly. I don't think the commission denies that. You know, it may be time again to walk down the halls with commissioners, let them see just how crowded Riverdale is, or Oakland, or pretty much Barfield, or pretty much any other school. But I do know this, without proper funding, we cannot maintain our level of achievement. And if our school system does not continue to be great, growth's not going to be a problem in Rutherford County, because they'll go somewhere else. If we don't have great schools, Williamson County does. Wilson County does. And they will go there instead of here. And, you know, that's something that I think, working with the commission, I think most of them understand.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Estes.
Okay, Dr. Ash. Describe a significant change you initiated in your district or school, and tell us what evidence you have to show that it was a positive change. How did you build support for that change, even in the face of opposition?
Well, I think the biggest change in this district in the last 12, 13 years has been the construction of Central. And of course, we all think it's foolish now, but a lot of people didn't support Central when it was being built. And we had to do quite a bit to gather support for it. I spent a lot of time speaking to social or civic groups, speaking at elementary schools, middle schools, trying to recruit students. To the commission, I got one wonderful night at the commission when they ambushed us about having sports that someone could have told me was going to happen. But don't hold a grudge about that. Although I think we were right in the long run. But I think Central has been obviously a success. We have this year had a 30.5 ACT average. We put kids in colleges all over. We had over 11 million in scholarships. But that's still, even to this day, there are people that have worked against the success of Central. And I think getting out information, continually giving the correct answers to people, working hard to make it the best has made it successful and made it more accepted. We firmly believe we want to be the best at everything, and that carries through everything at our school. But I do think Central was a challenge for everyone. I look back at, the chairman of the board at the time, how hard he worked to get it. One of the commissioners in particular worked extremely hard to get the funding, not only for Central, but for Oakland and Buchanan Middle. And our director at the time pushed it very hard, and I appreciate all those people. But working as a consensus, working with other people, once again, communication, all those things went into getting it more accepted and approved.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Bratton.
How would you work with your board to be effective, make good decisions, and be respected by the community?
Well, I go back, and honestly, it sounds like I'd say the same thing to almost every question, but I do think that's important that a person is consistent in how they handle things, what they believe in. But I think communication is a very important thing. The board and the director both have their roles. They are clearly defined roles, but I do think having that open communication is extremely important. I think for the director, taking time to make sure the board is informed, make sure all the board is informed, is vital. I think the respect comes from being consistent. The respect in the community comes from being open and honest. The respect, it comes from one of the earlier questions, treating different schools the same. Making sure that every school has the support it needs. I think that's how you get respect in the community. I think being open to criticism. I'm certainly not going to be perfect. I make too many mistakes for my job. I make too many mistakes because it's too important already. I make too many mistakes every day. Part of that, though, is admitting them and fixing them. I have somebody point out something each and every day. And that's okay, because my kids are too important for me to let my ego keep me from fixing a problem. So I do think being open to criticism from the public. Now, unfounded, rude criticism is hard to take. I agree with that. I think this board's been through some of that this year. I think, you have to respect where someone's heart is and that they're doing what they think is right. But even if we disagree on the issues sometime, we were having a discussion about that earlier. But, I do think all those things go into having respect in the community. Being good stewards of the money. We're the county's largest expenditure by far. When a taxpayer in Rutherford County sends their property tax in a few months, most of it's going to us. And we need to respect that. We need to understand that. We need to understand why I hope the most important thing to any person is their children. And they trust them to us. And I think we need to respect them in that, there are other choices. That's one thing being at Central's helped me. We're a choice school. They can send their kids somewhere else in a heartbeat. And, I appreciate them trusting us with their children. And I think all those things go into having the respect of the community. And I think, the board and the superintendent have to work closely together. Once again, we got 50,000 reasons to do this job right. And so it's vital.
Thank you. Next question, Ms. Maxwell.
Yes, teachers are our most valuable players each day. Sadly, with COVID and other factors, we have seen an all-time high of stress, burnout, and teachers leaving the profession. Describe for the board how you would work with our administrators and teachers to reverse this trend and retain our teachers.
Well, again, treating them with respect is first step. Caring about them, and that sounds simplistic, but I truly believe they're the center of our success. And every decision I make will show that. We have to give them what they need, the tools to be successful. People don't go into any career not wanting to be successful. It always amazes me when I have a complaint on a teacher and they think they're doing it on purpose or something. Everybody wants to be successful. We've got to give them the opportunity and the skills to be successful. We've got to back them when they need us. They've got to know that we're there for them. We've got to train our administrators in some cases how to handle people a little bit better. We have a few that I think are very knowledgeable about school things. They are very curriculum oriented, but perhaps they don't deal with people very well. And, that's the system. That's would be my responsibility to teach them or to find someone to teach them. We need to train our administrators to deal better with people. Some of them. But our teachers need more time. They need us to look to. We get a lot of directives and changes, and sometimes I think we change things just for the sake of changing them, to say, look what we're doing. When we make a change in policy or procedures, or maybe not that, maybe just the way we do things on a school level, we need to examine the effect on the teacher. Some things that don't sound like a very big deal put a lot more stress on the teacher. And we need to look at, is it worth what we're getting out of it to put stress on a teacher that's already extremely stressed? And we need to examine whether that's something we need to be doing, whether we maybe need to implement part of it. But we need to put our teachers at the forefront of our decisions after the students, of course. We need to try to take as much off their plates as we possibly can. We need to look at the schools that, we have some schools, I hate to say doing busy work, but, just like some of y'all have children or grandchildren, that your teacher gives them busy work to keep them. I think sometimes we do that to teachers. And all those things will help our teacher morale again. It all goes back to that. And we can keep them. I've never taught through COVID, obviously, or a pandemic. I'm not that old. I don't remember the Spanish flu. But I have done everything else. I think one thing that qualifies me for this job is I have taught in a rural school. I've taught in an affluent school. I've taught in a high poverty school. I've taught AP chemistry to ecology, to standard physical science. I think I have credibility with the teachers. When I say I know how you feel, I really do know how they feel. I was there. I've taught taught or been administrator in every corner of the county. I think that will allow me to have their trust a little bit more. But no, our teachers have they have risen to the occasion. I mean, I can't tell you how proud I am of them. The last couple of years, not only my graduating seniors this year have been through a rough few years too. Nobody should ever have to do this again. I think we all agree on that. But they've done it. And it should be a sense of pride to them. I mean, we need to build on, next year's got to be better. Because it can't be worse than last year was. We have changed, at Central at least, we've changed their schedule. We have, now we're on block. We were on a modified thing. We've disinfected everything. Some of these teachers probably don't smell real well anymore, not because of COVID, but because of how much disinfectant they've used over the last couple of years. We've taught kids with dividers in between them. I mean, they have risen to the occasion. And again, I hope they're not burnt out. I hope they're proud because of what they've accomplished.
Thank you. Next question. How will you work to create consistency across the system to ensure stability, structure, and accountability? Meaning, how will you ensure policies and procedures will be applied and practiced consistently throughout the county system?
Well, I do think from children to teachers to me, we all like clear expectations. I think everyone wants to know what's expected of them. And I think anybody that's ever worked for me knows I have very clear expectations. And I have very high expectations. And we normally get them. But I think consistency has been a problem in this county for several years, as we talked about earlier. I do think when you're more child-centered and you look at the needs of the child, it eliminates some of that. Some of that will also be diligence on my part. Every school in this county, we don't want to get to the point where we try to treat every school exactly the same. The needs are different. We're a large school system. We have different needs. We may not need the same reading program at every school. We may not need, we need to tailor what we're doing for that specific population. Not lesser, but in some cases it will be more. But not always. It's different. As I said, I taught AP chemistry at Brentwood. I taught standard physical science at Laverne. It wasn't harder, easier, or anything. It was different. It's a different technique. And so, I do think we need to make sure we're treating our schools equally. But the biggest thing, too, is checking on things. If we have policies, I expect them to be followed. Once again, I've been lucky to work for a lot of leaders. I worked for one in particular. If he said, we need to do this, we did it. And it wasn't fear, it was respect. I think our administrators will be trained well on the policies and procedures. They will know what's expected of them. And they will be consistent in following them. As far as other things, that's, once again, we want every school to get what they need. And that should not be driven, once again, by political influences or things like that. That should be driven by the students.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Holden.
Yes. In your administration, what avenues are open for you to listen to the concerns of employees, students, and parents and the community. How would you plan to have time available for all those involved?
Well, obviously, we are getting a little bit too large. I think, sometimes I hear criticism of the directors as far as not having time to meet with people. 50,000 students, it is going to be, time is an issue for the director, whoever that is. But I do think you have policies and procedures in place for how complaints get to you, and you have that planned out ahead of time. Currently, honestly, I seldom go by a day when I don't have a parent or a student come in my office wanting to discuss something. It may not be a problem. Sometimes it's, they need something. But I have no problem. I honestly would much rather have students come in and talk than almost anything else I do. But, I think as a director, you've got to budget your calendar. I also plan to be visible. Right now, I go to everything, band, choir, everything, ball games. I don't plan on changing that. I've been lucky. I've been married for 30-something years, and my wife enjoys concerts and plays. And the thing is, we don't go to Broadway. We go to East Main to watch plays. We don't go to the Skimmerhorn. We go to East Main to watch concerts. We travel around the state watching soccer and baseball and everything like that. I love it, and I plan to continue it. I can remember as a child, and I realize we're a huge system, and I grew up in a small town. I realize that when I say this. But I remember my director of schools eating lunch with us. I can remember, that type of thing. And I think that can be arranged. There can be time for all that. There can be time to attend ball games. There can be time to attend plays. And when you attend, you see people. And no, I don't want to go watch a football game and have people complain to me the whole time. But it does give them an avenue to talk to me. I plan to have some method for our teachers to get information that I need to me. We used to have a teacher advisory committee, and I think it died during COVID. But I think that was vital. I served on it my last year as a teacher, where each school has a representative and can bring questions. And with technology now, it's much easier to stay connected. I don't think we utilize our technology in this county as far as for communication as well as we should.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Young.
Dr. Ash, why do you want this position?
Good question. I have been in education for, 34 years. 1988, I started in a classroom in Smith County. I have done a little bit of everything. I have taught, as I said earlier, in a rural school. I taught at that time the most affluent school in the state, and I've taught at a high poverty school. I have been an assistant principal at a high school. I have been a principal at a middle school, a principal at a high school, both, a magnet school, a choice school. And I feel like all those things have prepared me for this job. I feel like from the time I started, I have prepared to be director of schools. Out of those 34 years, I wouldn't change a day. I loved every minute of it. I've loved every minute of my career, everything I did. I've had the privilege of serving with some of the greatest teachers and leaders anywhere. I spent the vast majority of my time in Rutherford County. I've watched how different leaders and their styles have impacted education in Rutherford County, both positively and negatively. I've had the honor of having two of my children graduate Rutherford County schools. One, I am thrilled to say, is going into education. She's in education. I guess she's grown, or she thinks she is. It hurts me deeply when I see young people abandoned in their profession. And they are. I want to make Rutherford County a place where everyone wants to be, where teachers want to work. I have been a head football coach, a head basketball coach, a baseball coach, a track coach. I've been a science department chairperson. I've done everything in education just about. And it allows me to understand all aspects of the process. I've got an appreciation for what everyone does in this, in the school system. I have an understanding of teaching high-achieving kids and challenged children. This varied background, it's allowed me to maintain great relationships with teachers, SROs, maintenance, central office staff, and every other stakeholder in the school. I've never had a complaint or a grievance. I think this shows that I'm good with people, that I care about people. One of the things I'm proud of is the number of teachers at Central that came with me from Christiana. A lot of the staff at Central opened Christiana. We opened it together. My SRO followed me to Central. We've been together almost 20 years. My assistant principals opened Christiana as teachers. They come with me because they respect me as a leader. I think I have an innate ability to hire people. In good to great, Colin said that a leader must get the right people on the bus. Once again, that's, I think, what I do best. I get the right people on the bus. I train them up, I make them feel good, I make them believe in themselves, and they're successful. When I was at Christiana, we were in the top 10 in TVAS every year, in almost every area. Central, obviously the rankings have been pretty good. I think I have a very strong vision. I also stick to it. I've been the first principal at 2 different schools. I helped develop the culture at both these schools where we put the students first. We never allow our focus to vary from the students being first. At Central, we keep our mind on the mission. We keep our mind on our focus. We want to be good in everything we do. We will never not be good in academics. We have 2 state championships, state runner-up this year, multiple individual champions. But our girls basketball team went to the sectional and had a 3.95 GPA. The second place girl in the state in cross country had a 36 on her ACT. We keep our focus. Our vision stays locked in. Everyone is on the same page. Everyone is working together for the same outcomes. I feel like I've been dedicated to this district. I have over 380 sick leave days. I don't miss. I come to school. I attend every band, choir, strings. I've missed 1 band concert since Central opened, and I was in Washington, D.C. meeting with senators. So, I feel like I have dedicated myself to this district and the schools where I've been blessed to work. I think this work ethic will allow me to be successful and do what's best for our students. As I said earlier, I've been preparing for this position my entire life. I've got 4 college degrees from 4 different universities, 3 of them in administration and supervision. I've completed the Tennessee School Board Academy workshop on superintendents. I love my current job. I love Central, but I think it's time to advance. I think I need to make a difference on a larger scale. Rutherford County is a special place. It should be a wonderful place to work. We should have teachers standing in line to come to this county, and we don't. I believe I'm the best choice for the parents, students, and teachers. If I didn't, I wouldn't apply. Every decision I've ever made has been what's best for the students. And I feel like I need to serve the students at a greater level. anyway.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp, next question.
What are your plans, Dr. Ash, to engage in deepen relationship with parents? What part or input should parents have in choosing curriculum?
Well, again, openness and honesty, communication. I think parents, there are many ways to get parents involved in a school. I think a lot of times we talk about parental involvement, but we really don't want it. And I don't think that's fair. The success I talked about earlier at Christiana and at Central, a large part of it is because our parents are so involved. We have great, very supportive parents that support their children and support the school. Support can be so many things, but we have got to make the parent feel welcome in the school. And there's a lot of ways to do that, and there's a lot of necessary. It can be language support. It can be meetings at different times. In some schools, it can be feeding, having food for the parents. It can be so many different things. It can be utilizing the technology we have to bring that parent, at least virtually, into our school. I see too many websites in the county that have nothing of use on them. Well, if you turn, I encourage you to look at, well, this time of year is getting a little low, but I encourage you to look at one of ours. You'll see what they're doing in class and their homework at least. Takes 5 minutes a week, and that parent can be involved. We have to make the parents trust us. We have to give them a reason to trust us. Let's put it that way. We have to work hard and make them feel welcome, make them feel like they are part of our school system, because they're the second most important, well, after teachers. I guess they're the third most important part. I'd go students, teachers, then parents. But they are vital to us being successful. It's in our best interest that they are helping us. But anyway, what was the rest of the question? I lost it somewhere.
What part or input should parents have in choosing curriculum?
Oh, okay. Well, honestly, with current state laws, as I'm sure some of the people on the board have found out, the state of Tennessee sets curriculum standards. I do think parents should be involved in all aspects of education. That is difficult and somewhat on curriculum because of the way it's drawn up by the State Department. I do think the state is always looking for parents to be on advisory boards, to textbook adoption committees, and that sort of thing. And I think it's up to us to make sure they know of these opportunities and are encouraged. I think methods and things like that can have parent input. Honestly, I don't know that the way it's set up currently is the best, but that's the way it's set up. I don't know that at this level we have the power to change that. That would be more of a state legislature than us.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more questions. Give an example of when you've changed your mind and taken a different course of action as a result of listening to others.
Well, I guess the simplest thing there would be our current schedule. I worked very hard when we opened Central and came up with a schedule that I thought was perfect. We went 3 days a week to all 7, and 2 days were blocked so that we could do labs. And during COVID, we changed it to cut down the class changes, to cut down the interaction between the kids. There were a lot of reasons. And when we came out of COVID, I wanted to go back. Well, the teachers like our new schedule, and the students do. So actually, I surveyed the teachers, and I had our student council survey the students, and I went with their recommendation, and I did it again. Actually, I did it again at Christmas, and then I did it again recently for next year, and they still like our new schedule. So, as I said earlier, I make mistakes all the time. I have no problem admitting them and changing and moving on. But now somebody has to convince me. But I do, in this case, the schedule means more to them than it does to me. They have to function more on it. Makes evaluating a teacher a challenge, but anyway, Ms. Bratton will understand that.
Thank you. Final question, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. So, Dr. Ash, what are your plans to work with the Sheriff's Office to get our district better coverage with our SROs?
Well, I have been blessed over the years to work with very few SROs, but to have a great relationship with the SRO division. I was in the county when it began, and we were one of the first in the state to have it. Captain Harrison was Officer Harrison at Laverne, or Coach Harrison, because he also helped us coach football. So I've been around SROs a long time. These are troubling times. I think the respect shown police officers is deplorable. A lot of people don't want to be a police officer anymore. The public no longer demonstrates that respect, and sadly, we don't either. Our sheriff's department is some of the lowest paid police officers in Middle Tennessee, and they're having a great deal of trouble, just like we're having a great deal of trouble attracting officers. I believe there's 5 positions open today, and they have 1 applicant. 1 can't cover 5. Obviously they want our schools safe. I don't know that I'll be honest, I don't know that I've ever spoken to the sheriff. I'm talking about the SRO division. They want, our schools safe. They want to do anything we can to work with them. We are going to have to remember that when we're advocating for our students and our teachers, that our SROs are part of the family too. We need to advocate for them. As I said earlier, one of my first meetings will be with the sheriff. I'd like to find out his plans to enhance the SRO division. I feel like I have some ideas over the years, what we can do to help it. We do need more officers. We need every school with an SRO. And then we need a couple extra for when one's sick. It's not like everything else. When a SRO officer's sick, there's a school with no protection that day. But I'd have the utmost respect for them, and I'm willing to work with the sheriff or with Captain Harrison or anybody else on trying to improve the department, what we can do to help recruit people. But it's not just SROs. I think the patrol deputies are a little short too. We're going to have to find a way as a county to pay our police officers a little bit more. And that's someone else's soapbox, but I do like to feel safe when I drive down the road.
Thank you, Dr. Ash.
Thank you. That is all of the questions that we have prepared. Are there any additional questions members of the board would like to ask? Is there any clarification on any question that any board member needs from Dr. Ash? Okay. We appreciate your time today. Thank you for being here. We hope you have a wonderful afternoon. Mr. Reed?
All the candidates have been taken back to their kind of waiting rooms while the other candidates have been interviewed. So same will happen with Dr. Ash. So we had an item on the agenda for potential discussion by board members about anything you need to discuss or care to discuss with regard to the candidates. And if there are any follow-up questions that any of you wish to have asked of the candidates, that's something you can discuss now. If you do want to ask any follow-up questions, we would ask the same question of each of the 3 candidates to be fair to all of them. So I think the question before the board now is whether there are any follow-up questions which any of the board members have for any of the candidates.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day, members of the board, but are there any additional questions as we will prepare to end our day of interviews with our applicants? And we want to give them, I know Dr. Ash has somewhere to be this afternoon, so we want to give them space and time to make it to where they're going. Does any member have additional questions, any clarification for any of the applicants? No? No? All right, then, Mr. Reed, it's acceptable if they're done for the day.
They're finished, they can be released for the day, yeah.
Yes, yes, we appreciate that. Yes, the applicants can be released. We don't have any additional questions, no sense in keeping them. Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Okay, so given that there are no additional questions from members of this board, and we have had a full day of questioning and interviews, I would like to, Mr. Reed, our next meeting I'd like to call a special called meeting for us to further vet, have a conversation. If there are no additional questions, maybe we need to take a vote. What is our next step? Can you walk us through this process?
Well, the board needs to decide what it wants to do. It's heard the interviews today, so the board needs to decide whether it wants to move forward with one of these candidates, take a vote on one of these candidates or not. And to do that, you should have a special call meeting to decide what, as a board, you want to do. That special call meeting probably needs to have on it the option of voting for director of schools or taking other action in regards to the director of schools.
Okay.
That way, this board will have authority with respect to the notice to go whichever direction the board decides to do.
Do we need a motion to that or this afternoon, or can we agree to move forward? Do we need a motion and a vote?
You can do it either way. A motion probably makes it cleaner,
Okay,
and that's, I guess, ideal.
all right. So members of the board, we have, I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate all of you being here. And I appreciate Ms. Hopkins putting together lunch and everybody participating this afternoon. So we know that we need to make some decisions here, some very difficult decisions. We saw 3 very good candidates, in my opinion, each bringing something different to the table. So with that being said, would the board be interested or open to holding a special called meeting to further decide how to move forward? That would be early next week, let's say Monday, because we do have a budget meeting on Monday afternoon.
I'd like to make a motion that we meet on Monday at a special called meeting, trying to decide on time.
We have a budget meeting at 5.
5.
Probably allow ourselves enough time.
I think I would allow for at least 2 hours before your other meeting.
I'd like to make a motion that we meet on Monday at 3 o'clock for a special called meeting to vote on the next director of schools.
Second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bratton. Thank you, Mr. Holden. Ms. Hopkins, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Holden?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Maxwell?
Yes.
Ms. Bratton? Mr. Estes?
Yes.
Ms. Sharp?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes. All right, thank you, members. We will meet on Monday, special called meeting. Ms. Hopkins, will you make that announcement on the calendar, please? And if you have any questions, you can call Mr. Reed, reach out to Mr. Reed with any questions or clarification that you might have. If there is no further business today, again, I thank you for your time. Thank you to all the SROs and sheriffs that were here today. We do appreciate you. We are adjourned.